Hello, everyone, and welcome the hell back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten, the show where 5 DMs take on D&D's top Gothic horror campaign. As always, I am Dragnacarta, your host and DM, and man, it feels like it's been a while since our last episode, almost like it's been a whole year.
Boo.
Thank you, Jack, for validating me. Anyways, it's been a hectic few weeks, so we appreciate you all coming back out for what we hope should be a fun time. As always, we will have some announcements after our break, as well as a few new cool features during our break that we think you might enjoy. But for now, as always, we appreciate you guys and are, as always, glad to have you. Hope you're staying warm, staying safe, staying sane. And yeah, I think that's about it. So without further ado, let's get started with Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. Welcome back, everyone. So now, before we get started with our usual recap, it's been a while since everyone's been around here. We've had a bit of a hiatus, so resident geniuses Linus and Jack, with everyone's casting assistants, decided to put together a little bit of a refresher for y'all to catch you up on what you might have missed, or if this is your first time tuning in, what's gone on before this particular episode of Twice Bitten. So a big shout out to them putting it together and to everyone for helping make it happen. So please, before we get started, enjoy Twice Bitten Abridged.
Heyo, adorable party mascot Truffle here. Curse of Strahd spoilers ahead. 2 weeks ago, my owner took me on a trip with these people, but we somehow ended up in this horrible place, trapped in a haunted house.
No worries. I'm a Pollyanna ingenue who loves fairy tales. I'm going to lighten this adventure up with comedy and friendship. Is it better to face our fears and die now, or to starve peacefully over the next 6 days?
Does this house have any gold?
We had to face some scary foes.
Millicent, you bathe the animated armor. I'll pull this rope, which tilts this lever, rolling the ball bearings into that can of oil. When it fills up, we...
Gotcha, love. I punched it 3 times.
But in the end, party loyalty and friendship saved the day.
Hey, just between you and me, we can't trust anyone else.
Hey, just between you and me, we can't trust anyone else.
Oi, just between you and me. Does this house have any wine?
I'd rather die than keep traveling with you. Die, like my poor child, during the incident so many years ago.
Let's kill the pig.
What? Okay, let's skip this part. We got out of that horrible death house and met it with some friends.
Do they have any valuables?
And together, we traveled to the
Now you die!
My lord, your majesty, as a diplomat of the crest of Tornsdale, humbly addressing your excellence, I suggest...
6 wolves!
But we're level 3!
Okay, but after that, we've been living happily together and...
No!
Okay, but after that, we've been living happily well, okay, living helplessly together in Vallaki. Also, I think several people have fallen in love with each other. I don't even know. I'm a pig. And in the first actual heroic thing we've done, we saved a winery from some jerks.
Oh, I'm in heaven.
Well, really, I saved the day by sniffing out an evil staff. So that's us! A perfectly functional team of cowards and liars, with at most 3 secretly evil PCs. Psst! I've read the source book, and apparently they're getting attacked by vampires next episode. Like an unfair number of vampires. Tune in live on Saturdays at twitch.tv/rcurseofstrahd, and watch us later at youtube.com/c/rcurseofstrahd, or listen to us suffer wherever you listen to podcasts.
And for real, welcome back. Thank you again to Linus for penning that absolute piece of beauty, and Jack for animating it. What did you guys think when you first saw it?
I was not expecting the, like, animations over Erthrendir's little Rube Goldberg thing, and it fucking killed me. It was amazing.
It made my goddamn day.
That little pink bow on one of the 6 wolves was the best thing.
You gotta have representation, you know? Strahd's very
Exactly.
inclusive.
I'm glad you all enjoyed it. I hope everyone else enjoyed it. And yeah, I think it really sets the tone for the night.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh, absolutely. This is just gonna be another night of wacky hijinks.
Like we've
hijinks
always
abound.
had.
Beautiful. On that note, I think we're ready to dive in for real. So, last we left off on Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. Returning victorious from the Wizard of Wines, the party found Ismark Kolyanovich, bloody and wounded, hiding in one of the abandoned cottages just outside Vallaki. He told the party that Irina had been kidnapped by Izek Strozny, the Baron's right-hand man, at the Festival of the Blazing Sun, and that Ismark himself had been beaten and thrown out of town in an attempt to defend his sister. Agreeing to rescue Irina, the companions disguised Ismark and slipped into town, delivering the shipment of wine to the Blue Water Inn and securing their promised reward, as well as confidential information from Erwin Mardukov regarding Irina's potential whereabouts. The party then agreed to split up, looking to cover more ground. Together, Kiva and Lillison returned to Vokter House, where they looked to glean additional information from Lady Fiona Vokter. There, they learned that Izek lived at the Baron's manor in town, and that Strozny, a cruel man with a penchant for drink, had a fiendish power over fire. Meanwhile, as Amity and Metrion purchased new supplies, Erthrendir ventured alone into the belly of the beast, Baron Volakovich's mansion. There, he secured a tutoring session with Viktor Volakovich, the burgomaster's son. To Erthrendir's surprise and quiet horror, however, the young man displayed a preternatural affinity for magic, bewitching the Baron's servants and showing Erthrendir to his private workroom, where Victor shared his necromantic pets and his efforts to develop a functional transportation circle by means of egress from the land of Barovia. There, Erthrendir learned that Victor had a single goal: to escape Barovia, and had not previously shied away from deadly and, it seemed, potentially non-consensual human testing to get what he wanted. As they moved to conclude, Victor demanded that Erthrendir help him fix his teleportation circle, to which Erthrendir promised to return and assist further the next day, on the sole condition that Victor eavesdrop on his family and search out potential information regarding Izek or Irina's whereabouts. That night, as the party discussed their plans to rescue Irina from Izek's clutches, Metrion made his way to St. Andral's Church to seek insight and guidance from Father Lucian Petrovich. As he did, however, Amity had a third prophetic nightmare regarding the Church of St. Andral and a terrible calamity that could soon befall it. Together, the party, joined once more by Ismark, set off through the darkened streets of Vallaki in a desperate effort to save their friend. And that is where we begin tonight. And so, Kiva. As you, your heart pounding in your chest, slip through the front doors of the sacred church, you hear your footsteps echoing very softly off of the creaking wooden floorboards below you. Behind you, you can just faintly see, just barely illuminated by the flickering candlelight cast from the interior of the chapel ahead. You can just faintly see behind you in the dim light Lillison in the midst of casting a spell, Erthrendir and the others standing on the stone steps leading up to the church. Lillison, you complete casting your spell. And as you do, seeing Kiva just step inside, you can just faintly see the indistinct shapes of figures, their backs to you, illuminated by the pews within the chapel. Metreon, sitting in the third row of the chapel. You can see all around you several Barovian men and women, children sitting alongside of them. Many of them eyes and attention raptly upon Father Lucian. Many of them with pale faces, slightly scared looks in their faces that have nonetheless been slowly melting away with each word of the good Father's sermon tonight. You can see that each of them appear to either be bowing their head in silent prayer, others watching Father Lucian, many others staring straight ahead as though making some effort to take in the words that the Father speaks. And as the priest raises his hands and says, "My children, and so I promise to you that even in the darkest hours, the light of the morning, Lord, shall always..." And that is when you hear a whispering in the back of your head. The familiar voice of Lillison, murmuring, "Metreon, are you well? Amity had another foreboding dream. We're all here." How do you respond?
Flinch at first, freaking out, and I start to kind of like look around to see if I see Lillison.
Make a quick perception check for me.
Can do.
While Metreon is doing that, once Kiva gets inside of the building, she's looking for any additional exits and trying to like make a count of how many people are in the church right now.
Make another perception check for me.
That's a 9 for me.
All right. So Metreon, glancing around your immediate vicinity, you check out the pews next to you. You can just faintly see through the stained glass windows. Looking to the east, just a few shades of trees. To the west, just the lonely cemetery that borders the church. You don't see Lillison anywhere. Kiva, would you get? Kiva?
I got a nat 1 for a total of 4.
Beautiful. Glancing in, it's difficult to see, not only because you're currently all the way back by the door, which only restricts you to seeing one or two silhouettes on either side of the main corridor that moves through the chapel. You can see Father Lucian's figure, his face cast almost eerily in the flickering light of the candles upon and around the altar. You can see a flickering torch beyond him that casts a crimson ember glow upon the wooden floor, stretching out until it reaches the midpoint of the hallway in which you now stand. The shadows from the door reaching in like long, stretching claws that tremble and shake with the rustling of the trees outside and the whistling of the wind beyond. Looking around, you can see two doors on either side of this corridor that extends for another 20 feet before meeting the chapel. Both doors to the left are made of wood and closed, and similar for the ones on the right. Metreon, how do you respond?
Yeah, so not seeing her, I'll just kind of like slump back into my seat. I'm fine. What are you doing here?
As soon as you say that, you and Kiva, with her passive perception now beginning to creep forward through the corridor, hear a faint, distant chittering that grows slowly and slowly louder. And listen, as you finish the spell and glance up into the night sky, you see for a faint instant what seems like a great black cloud swiftly descending upon the church from above. And then you blink, and in the light of the great silver moon from overhead, you see it's not a cloud. Those are wings. And as you watch it descend, plunging down toward the church, toward the belfry, Metron, the chittering and squeaking and screeching intensifies. Lillison, you were saying something?
Oh no, that was Kiva saying the second she hears that chittering, she's going to start screaming for everyone to get out of the church and run to their homes.
When I hear that, when I hear Kiva, I stand up. No, stay here. Everything's fine. It's
As
hollow
soon as
here.
you say that, Metron, a flood of tiny, screeching black shapes bursts from above, crashing through the belfry and down into the mainstay of the church. You watch as, from above you, a cloud of tiny, black, biting bodies, their eyes glinting red in the crimson light of the torches, flooding into the church instantly as Kiva pitches her voice, and as you struggle to raise your own, it starts as a whimper, and then screams from around you as the Vallakians sitting in the pews begin to lurch back, their eyes widening, Father Lucian's words drowned out by first the chittering and then the screams of horror, as all together as you watch as the black-furred bats swoop down, swarming around, buzzing like clouds, like a pestilence, their fangs glinting in the candlelight. Those outside can see more and more of these hundreds and hundreds of bats flooding into the bell tower, down into the sanctuary. And as you watch the Vallakians begin to stand, lashing out from the pews and begin flooding down toward the south side of the church, I will need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh god.
Do
Here
we
we go.
have to, though?
Give me one moment to get everything
Yep.
nice and up here.
Oh.
And there we go.
All right, that's an 18 from me.
It's a 14 for Kiva.
That is a 15 for Earthendeer.
10 for Metron.
And a 19 for me. And
All right. Amity, if you don't mind my asking. Actually, no, Amity, it looks like you're up first.
I am up
so-
first, yeah.
What are you doing? You see the
Well-
bats flooding in to the belfry from up above. You can see Kiva inside, and you hear her shouting through the sliver of the open door. What are you doing?
And I heard Kiva shouting for everyone to evacuate, right?
I believe you would have,
Yeah.
yes.
So, Amity sort of breathlessly whispers, "We're too late. Metron, get out of there!" And then, yeah, I mean, why use an action to do anything other than dash away?
All right, where are you dashing to?
Well, I guess the surroundings. We know that. Or I guess I might not know what these are yet. So I guess just the surroundings. You know, is it like woods, clearing? Is it like there's a road? Are there like buildings nearby?
Yes, so you are currently on the west side of Vallaki. To your northwest, you can see that there is a misty cemetery with old gravestones, with the mist floating through between. There is the main central avenue of Vallaki just to your south. Across the street, you can see a few buildings and townhouses, some of them with dark windows, others with illuminated windows behind closed shutters. So, yes.
All right, cool. I'm dashing back into the main road and like holding position there. So you know, still watching, like turning around, watching what's happening.
Okay.
And yeah, that's my turn. Fun.
All right. With that, listen, you're up.
Okay, Lillison is actually going to take the opposite approach and go further up to the doorway. Trying to see what she can see. Wow, that is... Okay. The fact that some of these townsfolk have red like token frames was throwing me off for a moment. They're not all enemies.
Gotcha. No. All right, Lilson, what's happening?
how many bats does this look like?
A lot. You can see just next to Father Lucian behind the altar, and now spilling toward a man and a child in the first and second pew. Just this massive swarm of bats, but you can see others flitting around from side to side, filling the air and the overall space of the interior of the chapel. And it seems to be there are far more than you can see.
Okay. Lillison is going to stand just outside the church and thrust her palm out forward and try to aim an acid splash over the heads of anybody who might be, running down the middle, and just arc it very high up towards the bats.
All right, the swarm you can see.
Yes.
All right, very good.
So that's going to be a DC 13 dex save.
That is a 5.
All right, that is 3 damage.
Very good. You watch as the crimson red acid splashes all over several of the bats. They scream and chitter and squeak as several of them melt away, their wings developing large gouges and holes as they plummet to the ground, but there are so many more.
Okay, and then
your
Lillison
turn?
is going to step aside a little bit just in case people start flooding out.
All right. With that is the end of Lillison's turn. Erthrendir, you're up.
All right. So he's standing kind of frozen, torn between watching Amity sprint away and knowing that she's probably got the right idea and just kind of the horror happening inside. Okay. What he's going to do, I think, is he's going to step forward so he can get a better view into the church, swear loudly at the amount of bats that he can see, and then... What are the options? So, question. From, looking at this church from outside previously, does this look like the only obvious exit?
From your previous visits and from what you can see from the outside, this looks like the only exit, yes.
Okay, shit. That's not good. Alright. Erthrendir is going to throw the doors open, and then with a murmur, he's going to let out a shimmer of song, and a bright glowing arrow appears above the exits as he casts Minor Illusion, as he yells, "Through here! Come on!" And then he is going to pull the door open, and as he does, can he look outside the doors, see if Vallaki's reacting at all to this, if folks are waking up, if guards are coming running, anything like that?
What's your passive perception?
11.
11? Yeah, because that would take a full action to make a full perception check here. But with your passive perception, you do see what seems to be a silhouette glancing out from the upper window on the opposite street. You can't make out any more than that, though.
Okay. In that case, yeah, he's just going to keep the door open with his body, and yeah, that's his turn.
All right, Kiva, you're up.
Alrighty, right. So, Kiva is looking at the scene in front of her and sort of freaking the fuck out. So she is going to first run up to the altar for her movement, and then that side. And then she is going to free action just yell for everyone to keep going out of the doors, and then she is going to rage.
All right. As you rage, you watch as the scars on the side of your face split open once more, and instead of the black ichor, a golden liquid begins to drip down faintly as your eyes alight with dancing shimmers of purple, green, and blue.
Amazing. So as that is happening, there's also this weird mist that seems to be coming out of her hands and fingertips, and it sort of swirls around her scimitar, and her weapon gets to do some fun things now. I don't know. Should I tell people? Should I just wait and see what happens with it?
This is part of your Wild Surge ability?
Yeah.
All right. Well, tell me what it does just tell me what it does with your weapon.
Amazing. So she is going to take a swing at that swarm of bats in front of her.
Mm-hmm. And as you're doing that, just confirming, are you at full hit points right now, or did you lose some earlier in the day?
No, I'm at 32 right now, so I'm about 2/3 full.
Gotcha. All right, very good.
I don't
Swing
think
that
that
attack.
hits. It's a 7.
A 7 unfortunately does not hit as you swipe through. It's tough. There are so many bats swarming around you, around your head, some covering your eyes. One actually clutches to your ear and screeches in it at the top of its volumes. Its little claws clutching and bleeding into your skin. You kind of like manage to swipe it off, but it flies back away, and your attack is unfortunately not entirely effective.
That is okay. She's gonna stand there and continue to scream for everyone to get the heck out.
All right. With that is the end of Kiva's turn. All right. As you do, you watch as Father Lucian, his eyes wide, raises a hand, holding the other hand around his holy symbol of the sunburst at his chest. As you watch, he chants an incantation, a murmured, then shouted prayer, and as he finishes the chant, you watch as, beginning at the sunburst and then expanding, swirling around him, you see a swirling sphere that glitters with golden light, filled with tiny spheres, almost like small suns that burned with wisps of flaming radiance. To me, my children, please, do not fear, do not panic, please, stay with me. I will ensure. His words are quickly drowned out by the bats, but you watch as the glittering golden sphere around him shines as he finishes casting Spirit Guardians.
Ooh.
Nice.
Good man.
Badass.
All right, and with that is, he's going to move up 2 squares. And with that, it is now the Vallakians' turns. You watch, you hear as the shrieks intensify, people throwing themselves back in the pews. One of them actually topples the seat upon which they were sitting, sending another person flying onto their back and struggling to keep up. Together, you watch as the people begin to flood out of the church. Some of them, but most of them, paying no mind to Father Lucian's words as they all, as one, flood back out the corridor, following Erthrindir's glittering arrow. As they do, however, you watch as, from the roof overhead, where you hadn't seen it before, dark silhouettes suddenly plummet to the ground from above. You watch, now faintly illuminated in the darkness of the night, pale silhouettes, red eyes, and as each shape draws itself up to its height, glinting white fangs. As each of them falls to the ground and moving with vast superhuman speed, lurching around and obstructing the Vallakians' escape and yours. However, behind you, the corridor you watch fills with people shouting and screaming as they fled to escape. Pushing and shoving and crying out and screaming. And as they do, some of the Vallakians scream and struggle to run further. And as they do, the vampires attack. You see a child run forward, one vampire lashing out toward it. The vampire catches the child just over the shoulder, long claws wrapping
Dragna,
with... Yes?
what was the roll?
It was a 16.
Okay, go ahead.
All good. Wrapping around the child's shoulder and then pulling it close like a spider, grabbing its prey. The child, a young boy, yelps as the vampire grapples him and pulls him in close, fangs opening wide for a bite, red eyes glinting dangerously. As you watch other Vallakians attempt to flee, moving around the vampires, but several of them, in turn, are attacked as well. The vampire's claws lashing out in the night. That one is another hit. That's a 19.
I
Then we have another moving here. And let's see how that one works. That will be a hit. Or, yes, that is a 12 to hit.
No. Erthrindir just shouts out in desperate rage and defiance. Don't you touch him. And that is now an 8 to hit.
Okay, that misses as the child screams and floods running into the street. That's definitely as far as he can go. Not very far. This woman will attempt to flee as well. That is a 15, which hits. And this man will attempt to flee as well. With a 25, which will certainly hit. He is grappled. He watches the vampires, their claws sinking deep into their prospective prey, pulling them closer, salivating, eyes glinting red in the dark light. That is the end of that. Metreon, you're up.
First, Metreon, looking around in sheer confusion and panic, is going to go ahead and shout out to the parishioners who are running to the exit. No! This is hallowed ground. I can't get in here. Just stay here. It's Father Lucian says so. And with that, he's also going to go ahead and rush up to this swarm of bats, and he's just going to slash at it with his dagger.
All right, go for it.
19.
19 will hit. Full damage.
3 points. Piercing.
3 points. All right, you slice through it, stabbing one bat in the chest and then slicing another's wing off, but it seems to do barely any damage. There are so many others, and it's so difficult to get a hold on them in this swirling swarm. You deal 2 damage.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really have a bonus action or anything like that, so yeah, he's just gonna stay. He's just gonna stay here within the church, hoping that the people come back inside.
All right. With that, Ismark, his eyes wide, moving forward. He pulls his longsword and short sword out of their sheaths and, snarling beneath the moonlight, whirling through the air toward the spawn, "Get your hands off of her!" And he will make 2 attacks against this vampire. Actually, I think he gets to make 3. All right, first attack is unfortunately a miss, an 11 as he swipes wide. Next one is a 19. This one hitting straight across the vampire's shoulder, slicing into it, dealing 11 points of damage. However, as you watch, it seems to only pierce part way. The vampire's thick skin quickly healing and obstructing most of the damage, as it only takes half damage. You hear him mutter, "Shit." If without the magic, killing these things is going to be very difficult. The vampire doesn't even seem phased and turns toward him, hissing and baring its fangs. He'll make one final attack with his short sword. And swipe wide, unfortunately, missing entirely as he mutters a curse and steps back. All right, that is Mark's turn. With that, the bats' turns. Two of them are in the range of Father Lucian's Spirit Guardian, so they have to make wisdom saving throws.
Nice.
Come on, Spirit Guardians.
Big money, big money, big money.
No whammies.
All right, that's going to be a pair of wisdom saving throws. And a pair of failures. With that, each of them will take, I believe, let me double check.
It's 3d8 radiant.
Beautiful, thank you very much. Each swarm takes 15 points of radiant damage.
Nice.
You watch as the tiny swirling orbs of sunlight tear into them, bursting with rays of light and sunburst energy. Many of the bats failing and screaming as the darkness of their wings is burned away by the blinding light. Father Lucian screaming, "To me! No! Don't you dare lay a hand on them!" And all right, that is going to be the end of his turn. Actually, no, it's the bats' turns. Okay, so with that, the swarms of bats that remain, one of them will move toward Metreon, two of them toward Father Lucian, and one of them toward Kiva. All right, with that, that will be, as the bats bite at you, Kiva, that's a 14 to hit.
Miss.
Very good. All right, next against Metreon, that's going to be a 13 to hit.
Does not hit.
Very good. And with that, against Father Lucian, that's a 9 to hit, which misses. And finally, a 19. Fortunately, however, not dealing over much damage. All right. He flinches back for a second, but he does have to make a concentration check. Succeeding. All right, so you watch as the bats flood into the area, biting, nipping, tearing at Kiva and Metreon. Two swarms converging, hundreds of bats biting and swirling around Father Lucian's body, filling his clothes, attacking and tearing at every bit of exposed flesh. But he sets his posture as they bite and nip, drawing blood from his skin, snarling, "This is sanctified ground. You shall find no home here." And that is the end of the bats' turns. As you watch, however, Lillison, you see it, gliding in through the doors, silently, over the heads of the Vallakians within. A single bat flying against the tide and joining the others, not from the belfry, but from the door. And Metreon and Kiva, as the two of you watch, it's difficult to tell the exact moment when you notice him. And yet, for a moment, the swarms around you fill the air. Fog and mist, a cloud of black flapping wings, and when they withdraw, you see him. Tall, inhumanly so. Pale-skinned, fine aristocrat's clothing, a red ruby brooch at his neck. Very faintly pointed ears and a widow's peak at his forehead. As Strahd von Zarevich, stands mere feet away from Father Lucian.
Metreon is in complete shock right now. He's looking at Father Lucian just with this pleading, baffled look on his face.
He smiles, looking around at each of you, but Father Lucian in particular. Good evening, good father. It has been too long since I've visited Vallaki in person. You watch as Father Lucian's eyes open wide, and he takes an involuntary step back. Count von Zerevich, if your quarrel is with me, then call your creatures away from my flock. You watch as Strahd shakes his head. Yet my children's thirst must be sated, and the legacy of Saint Andral has stood for long enough. It is time that my subjects grew beyond such childish things as faith. He glances at Metreon, and faded memories. He spares a glance for Kiva. You watch as Lucian reaches for something you hadn't noticed there, a mace tucked into the side of his belt, somehow tucked in below the faint, faded vestments that he wears as he meets Strahd's, not his eyes, but his chest, staring straight ahead. If you have come to challenge faith, then it is by faith that you will be undone. Strahd laughs, a deep and terrible sound that shakes the air within the church. Come now, Father. Faith is simply a faculty that enables each of us to believe things we know to be simple lies. Now stand still or fight. I care not which. And you watch as his form blurs. And Amity, you're outside across the street as you watch the vampire spawn now spilling down, surrounding each of the Vallakians, attempting to flood free of the church. You can see your friends clashing with them, and you hear the sound of shrieks and screams. What are you doing?
She turns and gets this weird sort of half sense of deja vu. I'm going to use Bardic Inspiration bonus action to roll on the Spirit table.
Ooh.
That's a 1. Very interesting. And then, she's going to turn and just try to run towards a dwelling. Because she knows that they can't go into the dwellings. Can she make it to a house within the 30 feet, or I guess 60 feet with dash movement?
From here, I would say yes, she can just make it to the front of a house.
All right, she runs up to the house and, in a panic, like jiggles the doorknob, tries to ram that thing open. Is it unlocked?
The door that you're at now, you try the door and it is in fact locked.
Okay, then this will probably have to wait till next turn, but she's like looking around for how sturdy it is, whether there's a window, maybe there's some other houses in the block. That's probably been her turn now, so pass it over to Lillison, who's in a little bit more of an unstrategic position, I would say.
Actually, it's not Lillison's turn. It is the vampire's turns.
What?
Fuck!
God damn it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Wait, can we all say no, it's not now?
No, that's not how this works. That's not how
I
you're
rolled to
supposed to play the game.
disbelieve. I rolled to disbelieve.
I rolled a
watch-
deception check. Insight.
You watch as each of the vampires that has clutched one of their prey lashes forward, bringing them in close, and then bites down on the necks. First one is a 16, which hits, dealing 9 points of piercing damage.
Oh, no.
And an additional 7 points of necrotic damage as the vampire closest to the church on the right side bites deep into the man's neck. He shouts, blood spurting from his neck, and then abruptly goes limp in the creature's arms. The vampire licking her lips as she drinks greedily. The next vampire will attack his imprisoned prey, looking to bite down deep on the neck. And actually miss, as the Vallakian woman screams, doing her best to wriggle free. The vampire curses, "Stay still." With that, the vampire beside Ismark will... First off, you watch as the vampire's wounds, Lilith and Aerthrinder, immediately begin to repair themselves, healing and regenerating, as the vampire offers almost a sick grin toward Ismark before bounding away to the child screaming and running into the darkness. Ismark will take an attack of opportunity. And miss, unfortunately, slicing wide in the darkness as the vampire attacks the child next to her. Unfortunately, rolling a natural 1, the vampire stumbling, just caught off balance by evading Ismark's attack that the child is able to nimbly duck free as the vampire hisses, "Get over here, you little rats!" Next up, the other two vampires will make their own attacks, their bites on their imprisoned prey. That's going to be a crit. You watch as the vampire drinks greedily from the young boy's neck, and he slumps over, unmoving. And then finally, an additional vampire drinks long and hard draughts of the man that has been grappled by her. That being a 19 to hit, which does hit, dealing more than sufficient damage as you watch the man's eyes roll back in his neck, blood up in his head, blood spurting from his neck, the vampire drinking long and happily before casting the corpse aside with satisfaction and disdain, turning back toward the cluster of townsfolk still in the corridor. With that, you watch as, actually looking over this, you watch as a sixth vampire plummets from the roof just beside Ismark, obstructing the way out of the church and turning toward him. The newcomer hisses, "I think I'll enjoy drinking yours," and lashes forward with its claws. Ismark parries, but not enough as the vampire's claws lash out, connecting with his neck. Ismark grunting as the vampire grabs him around the neck and pulls him in close, eager for a fresh bite. Ismark is now grappled. And with that, you watch as the vampire spawn end their turns. Metron, Kiva, Strahd, blurring with incredible speed, lashes his hand out toward Father Lucian's neck, as he will use one of his legendary actions to attack with one of his unarmed strikes. That'll be a 26. Dealing a total of 8 points of necrotic damage. Father Lucian wincing and stumbling back as Strahd grabs or rolls around his windpipe and pulls him in close, lifting him very slightly, just a few inches off the ground, his feet dangling there. And Lucian does have to make another concentration check. Rolling an 8. You watch as Father Lucian chokes as Strahd lifts him further up into the air, and the small orbs of flickering radiance wink out. All right, Lillison, it's your turn. All around you are vampire spawns screaming, corpses beginning to litter the ground, the remnants of their blood now dribbling and leaking into the soil around you. More Vallakians shoving, pushing, screaming out the door, barely aware of the death that awaits them outside. What are you doing?
All right. Well, that's going to be a difficult one to follow up. Lillison is going to look around. And as a bonus action, she's going to disengage and just step up over here. And she's going to say to Erthrindir and Ismark, we have to all concentrate on one. If we spread out our numbers, they'll just heal. And then she is going to let's acid splash the one right next to her.
All right, go for it.
DC 13 dex save.
Unfortunately, that is a 22, as its figure blurs with inhuman, almost supernatural speed. You can watch as its joints creak and twist in unnatural ways that this vampire, this creature, if it was once humanoid, it's beyond that now.
All right, I think that's her turn.
All right. With that, Erthrindir, you still see your blinking arrow at the top, but you watch as a vampire spawn at the very end of it turns toward, eyes glinting, tongue lashing out as its fangs drip with blood. Beside you, another vampire spawn turning toward you with hunger in its eyes. What are you doing?
Okay. He hears Lillison and just yells, and just replies back in Elvish, I don't think that's gonna work. We need something else. I'm gonna try something. Back me up. Also, did we hear Strahd inside, or do we not know?
You have... The only people who know that Strahd is inside right now are Metreon, Lucian, and Kiva.
All right. So in that case, Erthindir's going
You can't see anything beyond the crowded mob of screaming, pushing, shoving Valakians.
Understandable. So Erthindir's going to look up at the stained glass of, like, the cathedral. Are there any... Actually, here's a question. Does he know what, from his studies of religion, would he know what Lathendarian angels look like?
Make a religion check for me.
Yes, I will. Oof, that's a 6.
You're familiar enough with certain aspects of sun god iconography. You've seen once or twice a few depictions that you think might be related, but you're not wholly educated on, shall we say, theological accuracy.
He does not need theological accuracy. So he is going to take out his wand, and then, moving a lot more ostentatiously than he needs to cast the spell, he is going to cast Silent Image and conjure his own amalgamation of a hovering angel about 30 feet in the air with a sword pointed a bit away from the building and a sword pointed down at the vampire spawn. As he yells, "All right, deal with this, you mangy bastards."
All right, Lillison, you watch as, and Amity, you two, as a shimmering celestial, a blade with a sun carved into the hilt appears, golden radiance playing around it in a 10-foot sphere, a halo hovering over its head as mighty wings flap behind it. It's a majestic sight.
And yes, it looks down at the vampire spawn impassively. And that is going to be Erthindir's turn.
All right, how high off the ground is this apparition?
He wants to get it to where the spawn can't reach it to figure out it, so it's an illusion. So, like, I'd say 30, 40 feet. But very obviously looking down at them.
All right, with that, as you end your turn, Kiva, you're up.
All right. So, does Kiva have line of sight on Strahd, or is he doing some weird thing that she can't see him?
No, you can see him. There's a swarm of bats like right above Father Lucian's head right now, but you can see through. You can see to Strahd right now.
Amazing. So Kiva's actually going to. She's gonna move here, and I think I'm still in melee range, so I don't take an attack from those bats, please.
The bats can only attack things in their square, which means you don't take an opportunity attack.
Oh, that's fucking cool
They're
as
not
shit.
entirely in the right place right now, just for token stacking purposes, but actually there is a swarm of bats in your square. I neglected to mention, so actually yes, they get an opportunity attack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're the ones that attacked you last turn.
Got it. I just can't see them, so that's why.
Oh, gotcha. That's a 13 to hit.
That misses.
All right, very good. You nimbly duck free, tumbling free of the swarm and landing just beside one of the wooden pews that's now been overturned.
Amazing. So Kiva is going to draw from all of her strength, and she's going to chuck her scimitar at Strahd.
Okay.
Holy shit.
I hope this works, or else it's going to really suck. That's a 17. Does that hit?
Oh my
A
God.
17 does in fact hit.
Awesome. So this damage is actually force damage. And when she throws it, this sort of like cloud of mist surrounds the scimitar. It hits, and then it immediately pops back into her hand.
Yes, that's fucking rad.
And also, I'd like to free action say, eat shit, Strahd.
All right. As you hurl the scimitar toward him, it slices into his skin, slashing across it. Do you get it back?
Yeah, so it returns to her hand at the end of her turn.
Gotcha. Okay, very good. So with that, you hurl your scimitar through the air. It slices across Strahd's cheek, cutting a deep gouge there. However, as you watch, there's a shimmering of crimson crystal light as almost immediately the wound is healed.
That's okay. She just wanted to distract him from the priest.
Strahd turns toward you, raising an eyebrow. He licks his lips faintly. My child, are you truly so vain as to make everything about you?
What can I say? I missed your smiling face.
He chuckles. Fear not. I'm sure we'll have ample time together. After my current appointment. And he turns back toward Lucian. The cut you dealt him now entirely healed over almost instantaneously. Is that your turn?
Yes, thank you.
And that was what kind of damage?
Force damage.
Gotcha, 6 force damage. All right, very good. With that, that is the end of Kiva's turn, which means Lucian is up. You watch as he's struggling to breathe, coughing and hacking in Strahd's grasp as he reaches up to the air, mumbling words under his breath and clenches his fists together as he utters a prayer. You watch as, operating in the air just beside him, a shimmering, ethereal sphere that shines with radiant light as he casts a spiritual weapon. He manages to hiss out, "Your arrogance knows no bounds. But whatever you came here for tonight, you will not succeed." And he drives the spear forward, slicing it towards Strahd's neck. And that will be... Let's see, that's... Unfortunately, I have a few technical difficulties at the moment, so please excuse me. That's a 14 plus... Yeah, that hits. Barely. As you watch the spear slices through the air just into the side of Strahd's neck, you watch as Ancient Blood begins to dribble free from the Spear of Force. As it deals 9 points of force damage.
Hey.
Yas, bitch.
That's my boy.
Father Lucian's eyebrow furrows, and then his eyes widen as once more you watch as there's a red flash of crimson light. Metron, you can almost hear, deafening, the beating of a distant heart. And as blood spurts from the wound, it instantly, without a second's hesitation, it seals over once more. Beyond regeneration, just apparating away the wound as though it were never there at all. Father Lucian's eyes widen and his face pales. At this, Strahd chuckles once more, turning toward him and then Kiva. Do not imagine that you are the first to have faith or to invade my realm, with a glance toward Kiva. If either of you were trying to impress me, I dare say you failed.
You don't find me impressive?
I find you intriguing, but you'll have to do more than that. All right, and that is the end of Father Lucian's turn. As one moment, please. All right, at the end of Father Lucian's turn, Strahd lashes out toward his grappled prey, drawing him in close and biting down on the middle-aged priest's neck. Using his other legendary actions to do so. That's a 22 to hit, dealing 20 points of damage. As you watch, Strahd lashes forward, clutching Lucian's neck tight, biting deep into his throat. And as he does, he murmurs, "Any last words, Father?" Father Lucian whispers, just loud enough for Metron and Kiva to hear. "I'm sure you want me to beg. I'm sure you want me to kneel and pray for mercy. But only the gods have the right to hear my prayers. And they have not put pity for the likes of you. Kill me, devil, as you came to. But if I am to die tonight, I will die as a man of faith and conviction, who knows that there are strengths that you will never know, and that no darkness can last forever." You hear Strahd once more laugh. "You remind me of a certain man I once knew. Congratulations. You shall die like him." And with that, his jaw darting forward, barely a flinch, a moment's hesitation. You watch as Lucian's blood sprays into the air as Strahd tears his throat out with his fangs. Father Lucian's body crumples at Strahd's feet. The spear of sunlight vanishes.
Yeah,
With that, you
Metron
hear
screams out in bloody terror.
With that, you hear shrieks and screams from the Vallakians at the rear, pushing forward, struggling to get through their friends who are now seeing the vampires outside and struggling to get back in, as several of them rush forward into the melee from the back, not the front, but disengaging in effort to avoid further attacks. One of them moving outside, yelping, and then stumbling on the stairs, doing his best to dash, as the others, you watch as they flood out, one of them ducking into a side room and screaming in terror. Another moving to follow behind before the vampire before him lashes out at the child before it. The vampire fortunately just missing it as the child rushes into the room, cowering and whimpering. The other Vallakians glance back, seeing Strahd, Father Lucian's corpse, screaming. They move to rush outside with the others, disengaging and attempting to flee past the rest of the mob. Metron, you're up. You see Strahd wiping the blood from his lips. Father Lucian's body crumpled on the ground.
Yeah, Metron is quaking right now, shivering. He looks up at Strahd. No. No! And he's going to go ahead and extend his hand, and he feels this kind of icy hatred course through his veins, and he's never done this before, so I don't know what it looked like. But he's going to go ahead and cast Chill Touch on Strahd.
Ooh. All right. Kiva, you watch as the air suddenly grows colder around Strahd and around you, your breath misting for a second as you watch as frost begins to creep along the ground at Strahd's feet, crystallizing almost like a shimmering aura up his body and then crystallizing into a hand that clutches at Strahd's neck, formed of icy shards and tinged with a dark flickering aura. I believe this is an attack roll?
It is.
All right.
15, doesn't it?
On Metreon.
Damn it.
15. Unfortunately, Strahd's clawed hand swipes up and smashes the hand into pieces as it falls to the ground. He eyes you with some small amount of amusement. Necromantic magic. Against a man as learned as I. But I felt the skeletal touch, the shroud that lay behind that spell, boy. You'll tell me where you learned it. And he fixes his eyes on you. Is that your turn, Metreon?
He's gonna bonus action. Terrified by Strahd, he's gonna go ahead and bonus action disengage from the bats that are around him and back up. Actually, he's gonna move towards Kiva, I think.
All right.
And that's my turn.
Very good. All right. With that, Ismark's turn is up. He is still grappled, but he can still attack. He will turn not at the vampire that has... Oh wait, that vampire left. He's no longer grappled.
Hey.
But he will whirl toward the vampire that is blocking the door, cursing, and attempt to attack with his longsword and short sword. That is a 20. That will hit, dealing 6 points of damage, halved to 3. He'll attack again, second time with the longsword. Unfortunately missing. And then a third time with the short sword. This time he will hit, slicing across part of the vampire's back, turned to him, dealing 7 points of damage, halved to 4. You watch as sweat is beating on Ismark's face now. The vampire spawn barely touched from any of the damage that he dealt, not even paying attention. You see his face is pale and white now, utter disbelief. And he stumbles back, sweat dripping down his cheeks and chin, but nonetheless rearing back for another strike. That is the end of his turn. It is the bats' turns. As you watch, the bats swirl together and then begin making their way, flying swiftly out of the corridor toward the congregants. With that, each of the swarms will make an attack against one of those Barovians. That'll be a hit. And dealing, as you watch the swarm of bats sweeps down on, actually, I don't know if either you can hear this, see this. Actually, yes, you can. Kiva can just barely see as a swarm of bats swoops down on a man struggling to flee for the exit, now surrounded by the swarms and the black flapping wings and the chittering of tiny beasts as they descend upon him, claws tearing, fangs ripping. He vanishes behind a cloud of black, and when the swarm returns, his body lies on the ground, unmoving. A trail of blood lying across his face, bleeding onto the ground and floor. The bats screeching in hunger and satisfaction. The child next to him, a young woman, perhaps midway through her teens, glances up and screams as the bats descend upon her as well. Fortunately, the first swarm misses. The second swarm following suit, however. She manages to bat them off, swirling, using the door to open up and slam some of the bats aside, sheltering herself for a moment as she shoves herself into a corner and screams, "Help! Please! Stop the..." Alright, and that is the bats' turns. Strahd turns toward Kiva and Metreon. He offers a slight nod of his head. "It is, as always, a pleasure to see you. But it seems my business here today is at an end. Do say hello to your dear friends of yours. I hope they have pleasant dreams." And as you watch, his body begins to filter into tiny black bats, a swirl of mist coalescing around him. Yes?
Never mind.
Kiva, what are you doing?
I was gonna say if Kiva can shout something, but I don't know.
Up to you.
Alright, she's panicking. She's not gonna give away, or she's hoping this doesn't give away where Irina is, but she's saying Stronzi's planning an insurrection, and that's what she's gonna shout as he's leaving.
He raises an eyebrow. The politics of Vallaki are of little concern to me, but nonetheless, I do hope you savor whatever relative peace they may bring you. As he finally begins to vanish into darkness, he fixes his gaze on Metreon. From your reaction, it seems the poor man was precious to you, was he not? My sympathies for the loss you have suffered tonight. But fear not. In time, your blood may run as cold as mine. After all, murder ought to turn one's stomach. But from the will you showed tonight, it seems it does get easier, does it not? And with a dark, shaking laughter, he vanishes, his form twisting into a large black-winged bat that flies to the belfry and vanishes out of sight. And with that, Amity, you're up.
Yeah, it's cold out, and Amity has no idea what just transpired inside the church. She is banging on that door, yelling, "Anyone in there, please?"
You bang on the door, and listening at it, you can hear. What's your best perception?
It's probably like 0. Let me check. It is. Oh, I have a new character sheet, so I don't know exactly where to find it, but my perception is +0, so it's probably 10.
All right. You can just barely hear disturbed and terrified voices from the other side. "We can't risk it. But what if... No, we can't risk it. But the strangers, we can't." And then it goes silent, and there's no response to your knocking.
All right. Sobbingly, Amity sort of yells up at the sky. "Curse! Karma! Damn it, I'm sorry. Sorry. Let me in." She's just gonna run to the next house. Maybe the next one. Try that doorknob. I'll tell you what, if the next one's locked too, she's just gonna try to ram it open.
All right. The next one stiffens for a moment. If you'd like, you can try to ram your way inside.
Sure. Is that like strength check or athletics or what?
Looking over the house, yeah, the speed and the athletics check.
All right, making it. That is a 15.
You hurtle forward, driven by panic and fear, and slam through the door. It shakes inside. Hinge is actually screaming and twisting and squealing as you notice just a second too late, the doorknob was broken, not locked. And as you stumble, going head over heels, tumbling into the space beyond the slightly swollen door in the doorframe, You find yourself panting, chest heaving, at the center of a dark, moldy, decrepit chamber, covered in shadows and entirely empty of inhabitants.
Ah, yes, no comment today. She looks out the door and at the people who are running in this direction yells, "This way, they won't be able to get in the dwelling."
All right, is that your turn?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, with that, it is the Vampire Spawn's turns. As you watch, the one that was harmed by Ismark now regenerates, regaining its health as he watches in stunned silence. I believe they were distracted by the Celestial up above. What is the spell save DC for that?
13.
Gotcha. They glance up toward it, eyes wide. And one of the vampires sneers up at the Celestial.
What was the roll?
What roll?
For disbelieving.
It is not rolling to disbelieve.
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
You may think that you can intimidate us, but with our master here tonight, there is nothing we fear in his service.
And it lurches toward the nearest Vallaki and cries out in fear. That's going to be a 25 to hit with a claws, and aside it'll opt just to attack entirely, slashing out the Vallakian's throat as the lifeblood goes spilling down the front of the woman's chest, and she slumps to the ground as the spawn laughs and laughs in a cruel tone, just reveling in the blood and destruction. Next up, more vampire spawn will be attacking with their unarmed strikes or their claws. That is a 17 to hit, dealing 8 points of slashing damage as he watches the vampire lashes out toward the child who had been fleeing and catches him just as he gets away. He screams as the vampire tears into him, dragging him back, and then rakes her claws across his back, and he goes limp. The next vampire spawn, attacking the woman to her south, pulls her in close, having previously grappled her, and will attempt to bite the woman. That is an 18 to hit, dealing 7 points of damage as the vampire draws the woman in close, biting into her neck and drawing forth the blood as one more Vallakian dies in the night. Another vampire turning toward Lillison, licking its lips as it hisses.
The master has said that you are his prey, but perhaps he will not mind a bit of a scratch and a sample.
As it lashes out with its claws toward you, Lillison. That is a 15 to hit.
I would like to shield as a reaction.
All right. As it lashes out toward you, you throw up a shield. The glittering, diabolic, acid green runes glimmering in the air. The vampire snarling as it scrapples against it. Then 2 more vampire spawn. One attacking the man, another attacking a woman next to her. That is a hit, dealing enough damage, and another hit, dealing also enough damage. You watch as the vampire spawn rake at the Vallakians beside them, carving and rending their flesh, and more as the death toll grows higher. And with that, the vampire spawn end their turn. Lillison, you're up. The shield glittering, slowly fading from your foresight.
Okay. Lillison is going to turn back to the vampire that presumably took a swipe at her just now and said, I object. And is going to acid splash again.
Woo!
All right. Let's see how that does. That is a 15.
Ah, okay, nothing. She's also going to pull out her dagger and flip it once in her other hand and catch it again, and that's my turn.
All right, points for aesthetic. With that, yep.
No, it's me, right?
Yes, it is Erthandir's turn.
All right. So Erthandir, looking a bit, can he see which vampire spawn said that? The whole thing about, while our master is here, we fear nothing.
That is the one, all the way on the eastern side of the stairs from you.
Okay. Erthandir is going to bury his face in Lillison's shoulder as if trying to make sure she's all right. And as he does, he is going to stealthily trace out an incantation with his wand as the Celestial's finger raises at the vampire spawn that spoke. And he casts Dissonant Whispers at 2nd level.
Okay.
Lillison flinches a little bit at this.
I know. Sorry. I gotta do what I gotta do.
What kind of saving throw?
This would be a wisdom save.
That would be a natural 20.
Okay, they still take half damage. Here's hoping that's enough.
All right.
Okay, so that is going to be 13 damage, halved to 6.
All right, you watch as the spawn winces for a second, the other one glancing toward it. All right, you watch for a second a bit of the blood as the vampire hacks and coughs as its eyes go wide and a bit white, but it snarls, powering its willpower through, looking not quite any worse for wear.
Damn it. All right, he's going to look around at the spawn, at Ismark, and everything. And yeah, that's his turn.
All right, Kiva, you're up.
All right, so let's see here. She really can't see much of anything, so she's going to give Metreon a look that's just like, I'm gonna go, and start to move. There, and it looks like can't see any of the vampire spawn here, so she's just going to throw her scimitar at the bats closest down. I don't know, is that right? Down right.
Which bats?
So there's like 2. I'm trying to describe it. I wish I could ping on this map.
That's fine.
It's 3 up from Ismark.
Gotcha, that one. Okay, go for it.
Sorry, I wish there was a better way to do that.
You're good?
I don't think a 9 hits.
Unfortunately not. The scimitar shears through the air, slicing just between some of the bat's wings, clipping some of them, but not enough to do any sustained damage.
All right, she'll catch the blade back in her hand and just stay there, I guess.
All right. That is the end of your turn. As you watch the townsfolk screaming, will disengage and attempt to run, fleeing from the church. Kiva, you hear a door slam from the side as someone seems to shut the door to the southeastern room. And with that is the end of the Vallakians' turns. Metron, you're up. What are you doing? You
So
are
I would
almost alone in the chapel, save for Kiva.
Yes, so I, DM, if you would entertain me, I would like to make a check for sanity.
All right.
Metron is clearly pretty broken up about this, so I don't know if it'd be a wisdom or a charisma saving throw, but he is struggling to keep himself cognizant of everything going on.
I would say make a wisdom saving throw. You set the DC.
Okay. I'll just set it at 10. That's a 3. So Metron stumbles to the corpse of Father Lucian and drops to his knees, slack-jawed, his eyes heavy, and he just sits there at his side. He's not crying, he's not saying anything. He's just almost in a fugue state right now. And that's my turn.
All right. With that, it is Ismark's turn. He will disengage from the vampire spawn in front of him, dashing back, or not dashing back, but running back, holding up his sword and shouting as he glares over across the vampires, "If any of you want to get to them, you'll have to go past me." And that is the end of Ismark's turn. You watch as the bats flood out from the corridor over Lillison's head, over Erthrindir's head, up into the sky. And entirely funnel like a dark, ghastly cloud into the night sky overhead. With that, you watch as, from overhead for but a moment, Lillison and Erthrindir, you can see a small dark shape across the moon, and as you look up, it's a faint silhouette of a black bat, slightly larger than the others. Each of the vampire look up at it in turn, squinting. One of them nods, snarling, and then the bat flits across the moon and is gone. Amity, you're up. You are in this old abandoned house, and you can see that there are a pair of kids. There's a man and a few others who are looking toward you, wide-eyed and beginning to rush their way over.
Amity beckons them over, saying, "Yeah, everyone come in, unless you have sharp teeth, in which case don't come in, you're not invited." And Amity breathes a big sigh of relief, like, "All right, no karma today, everything's turning out just fine." And I guess she also yells like, "Kiva, Erthrindir, Metron, Lillison, are you also on your way?" But I suppose they might be too far away. I don't know.
I would say Lillison and Erthrindir can hear you. They can see you shouting from across the street, but just barely. Lillison, you hear Amity first.
But other than that, I have nothing much to do. Just taking the dodge action because I am 100% safe. You're free to respond though, Lillison and Erthrindir.
Hey, he's just struggling to get the words out. Thank you. Stay safe.
God, I'll get these people to safety.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
All right. With that, you watch as the vampire spawn glance up at the silhouette of the bat across the moon, snarl, and then exchange glances, nodding into the darkness. Before they do, one vampire spawn licks her lips, sidestepping his mark in a blur of motion and lashing out at a man before it. Attacking with an unarmed strike, or with claws. That is a 16 to hit. The man is grappled, and you watch as the vampire begins pulling the man away. As Ismark lets out a shout and moves to attack with his longsword, taking an opportunity attack. That's a 22 to hit, dealing 7 points of slashing damage. Half to 4, as he just barely scratches across the vampire's side, snarling, and the vampire laughs with a terrible timbre to it as she drags the man away, kicking and screaming below the roots of the tree, as Mark shouting, "No!" The other vampires begin to make suit, almost galloping away on hands and knees like possessed beasts away from the church, leaving you entirely behind as they make their way toward the remaining townsfolk. One of them making its way over toward the grappled man, lashing forward with its own claws, successfully grabbing him and then tearing him away, pulling him away as he screams, kicking as the vampire pulls him toward the cemetery. You watch as another vampire turns toward Erthrendir, hissing, murmuring, "Perhaps we shall meet again, or perhaps not." And as it does, it whispers to you, "I know the master well enough to recognize spell casting when I see it. I don't know what you did, but you're helping that angel somehow. I imagine that if I could slit your pretty little throat, perhaps it might go away. But perhaps another night." And the vampire bounds away, leaping into the cemetery, spraying a final glance for the radiant depiction of the angel above, and vanishing into the foggy cemetery.
No
Another
attacks
one
of
sprays a glance
opportunity?
for... What?
No attacks of opportunity?
He's not taking it.
Yeah, I don't believe Erthrendir is wielding a melee weapon right now, but there is one that is moving away from Lillison if you'd like to make an opportunity attack.
Oh, I would.
Go for it.
15 to hit.
A 15, unfortunately... Just let me double check here. A 15 just hits.
Alright. That's 5 damage.
5 points of damage. Alright, you slice faintly across the vampire's skin, leaving a scarlet cut across one of its cheeks. It lurches back, snarling, and moves its tongue to begin lapping up the blood. "You're cute, little girl. But do you really think that you're better than all the others that have invaded my lord's lands over the centuries?"
She is just like full-on snarling back, actually. Erthrendir being the only person who can, who's close enough to see her right now, might, see that this is like more emotion than she has showed openly by like an order of magnitude.
Meanwhile, these two vampires over here will attempt to claw the remaining Vallakians. That is a natural 1 and a 14. Grappling this one over here. Though the spawn cannot move any further. This one, cursing, looks to begin moving away. That is the end of the vampire's turns. Lillison, you're up.
Lillison is going to send an acid splash at the vampire that's moving away.
Go for it.
Still DC 13 dex save.
Alrighty. Which one? There are several.
The one that is 2 squares away from her. That she just stabbed.
Alright. That is a 22.
Okay. She follows that up with bring that message to your master.
it just laughs, beginning to recede into the shadows behind it. As its readied action to move takes off, and it vanishes around the bend into the darkness.
Lillison actually grabs Erthrindir's hand and tugs him towards the inside of the church.
He'll follow. But he's going to yell at Ismark first. Don't! There's nothing we can do to him. Please.
His eyes turn toward you in a desperate, horrified, distant reaction. And at that moment, you see emotions warring in his eyes of weakness and loathing, and he glances back at the two children behind him, gritting his teeth. And is that the end of Lillison's turn?
Yep.
Erthrindir, you're up.
She has moved inside the church.
Excellent.
Does Ismark look like he's going to be trying to do this no matter what I say?
As you look, make an insight check.
All right. Seven.
7? It's hard to tell. He's looking at the two kids behind him. You're not sure if he's planning on running or if he's planning on doing something else.
Not willing to take any chances. Erthrindir is going to point towards the house where Amity's been yelling from. There, they should be safe in there. And then he's going... Yeah. And then he's going to step inside. And then just... Now that it's empty, what does the interior look like?
It is covered in scuff marks. One of the torches has been knocked from its sconces. The pews have been overturned. There was blood across the floor. It is a grisly and ruined scene.
His eyes go wide and he just runs in. Kiva, Metreon, are you alright? Kiva?
You see Kiva with her scimitar and Metreon kneeling over Father Lucian's body, his eyes wide open and glassy. Any response from Kiva?
Kiva, I was going to say, was probably going to be looking at Metreon and sort of be focused on him, but up here, other people coming in, she'll like whirl her head up and be prepared again and see who it is, and say, "We're fine."
All right. Is there anything else in here?
In here, as far as you can tell, no, it seems empty.
All right. He's going to look at Lillison. Let's do what we can for the drags, all right? And then he is going to use his action to dash and then run out to join Ismark.
All right. Kiva, you're up.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We
Yes.
can now.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, sorry, my Discord is like freaking out. Okay,
It
so
happens.
I'm just seeing Erthrindir did not come into the church then, or did he just leave?
He came in, saw everyone was alive and not about to bleed out, and left.
Okay, so she's going to go over to Metreon and crouch down next to him. She's not going to touch him or anything, but she is going to just hold her hand out sort of in between them and say, "There's nothing that we can do for him now. And I know how hard this is, but we have to go. And I'd really like you to come with me." And she's going to try to see if he'll come with her to get out of the church.
I would say this would have to be a persuasion roll.
Okay. Do I get advantage because I've been in this situation before? With this exact body situation as part of my backstory?
Up to Jack.
Sure, yeah.
Benevolent. That's a 19.
Metrion's, he kind of blinks as he comes back down to Earth. Still looks shell-shocked, but acknowledges that you are there, and looks up at you and looks back at Lucian. Yeah, we gotta go, right? Yeah.
So Kiva will wait for Metrion to take a few steps ahead, and then is the mace still on Lucian?
Yes, the mace is still on his prone form.
She's gonna take that and then go to Lillison and attempt to start getting out.
Attempt to start what? You cut off for the last bit.
Sorry, attempt to start to get out of the church.
All right, if you'd like to move yourself.
All right, that's my turn.
All right. With that, the commoners turning around, the two children of the Vallakians turning toward Ismark with wide eyes, and he points toward the open door with Amity and he shouts, "Go! Go!" The kids, stumbling, wide-eyed, rush toward there, doing their best to make there on short feet, just barely making their way and getting across the street, rushing inside, stumbling and crashing into the old abandoned house, panting and wheezing with exertion. Meanwhile, the two grappled Vallakians will struggle to break free. It's going to be a natural 20.
Hey!
15 versus... Let's see how that looks. Another natural 20 and an unnatural 20.
Well, come
Actually,
on.
wait. Okay, yes. With that, the Vallakians fail to escape as the final woman screams. She will disengage and attempt to run free toward Amity's open door. Not quite making it, but getting nearly there. And with that, I believe this one guy over here, he will attempt to escape the grapple as well. And fail with a 2. Screaming, "Don't let them take me! Please, don't let them take me!" Metron, you're up.
So, having those words from Kiva kind of bring him back down to earth, he's going to go ahead and stand up. Actually, first he looks down, and I assume that Lucina still has the holy symbol either on his neck or in his hand.
Correct.
He's going to
It's
pocket
in
it.
his hand. The string just kind of tangled through his fingers.
Yeah, he's going to carefully pocket it and give him one last look. And then he's going to go ahead and make his way to follow Kiva. Sorry, just because I have a bad memory. Did Kiva mention Amity's little hideout or no?
I don't think she heard Amity from the street, so she doesn't know that that's where everyone's headed.
Okay, that's fair. So, Metron sees Ismark and Randy, though, so he's going to keep going ahead, and he's going to go and try and join them.
All right.
And that was my bonus action dash, but then seeing that there are vampires here, from here, do I see Amity?
From your current location, yes, you can see her just inside the door on the opposite side of the street.
And she's like beckoning people to come in.
She is, yes.
Okay.
You can hear her shouting from here.
So Metron's gonna just look around and seeing these bloodsuckers, he's just gonna keep running.
All right.
And that's his turn.
All right, Ismark is up. He will glance from side to side, and then seeing that he is closest to the grappled man, will move forward. And he will attempt to grapple him away. I believe this will be a contested check. He pulls, tugging on the man, trying to pull him out of the vampire's grip, but the vampire snarls, hissing, maintaining with its superhuman speed an even stronger grip as Ismark's eyes widen helplessly. God damn it! That is the end of Ismark's turn. Amity, you're up. You now have a few Vallakians in here with you, as well as Metron on the way. What are you doing?
Oh yeah, she's going on the offensive, pointing a finger out at the two vampos she can see and casting Shatter.
Okay, place it on the map.
There we go. They need to make Constitution saving throws or take 17 damage.
That is a 22 and a 21.
Well, they take half of 17 damage.
All right.
Unless they're made of crystal.
Alas, they are not, but they are flung rudely aside for a moment before they steady themselves, their gazes whipping toward you, snarling, their lips peeling back and revealing the now blood-stained fangs, the reddish liquid running down their chins and cheeks.
Let go of them. I hear there's better prey over there. Amity points in a random direction.
All right, is that your turn?
You better believe it is.
All right. With that, you watch Erthrendir as one of the vampires begins healing again, regenerating its wounds until it looks entirely fresh, save for a point where one of its clothes was torn by the force of the explosion. The two exchange a look and then bite down on the two Vallakians imprisoned in their grasps. One of them biting down hard, the man slumping over in death as the vampire drains his blood. The other woman dodging and ducking out of the way, just barely managing to escape while screaming bloody murder. The vampire snarling and releasing her with a kick to the back. As both vampires exchange a glance, look up at the bat silhouette in the sky, and then begin swiftly stepping off toward the trees and the path to the outskirts of the village. Behind you see the two vampires fighting over the man, each of them attempting to bite him at the same time. You watch as each of them sinks their teeth into his neck, the man crying out, his eyes rolling back as he slumps over on the ground, the two vampires feeding happily before wiping their lips and bounding for the cemetery past their, or towards their compatriot. And with that, you watch as each of the vampires begin turning, bounding away into the night. Lillison, what are you doing?
Lillison is going to take a step closer into the church. What exactly does she see there at this point?
In the church, she sees Father Lucian's dead body, his throat torn out and eviscerated, bits of entrails across the floor, blood staining the pews, overturned, some of which have been snapped in the panic. One extinguished torch now burning out in embers on the ground. And just this terrible silence marred by the last remnants of the screams from outside that are slowly fading away into mist.
Okay. Are these windows still intact?
The windows are intact, yes.
Pity. Okay, Lillison is going to pause for a moment and then turn around and head out again, brushing past Kiva as she does, looking extremely focused on something. And then she's gonna bonus action dash and send some more acid splashes out, actually.
All right.
Sending one to hit both of the ones on the right over there.
Go for it. That is an 8 and a 26.
Okay. That's gonna be 1 damage to the one who rolled an 8.
All right. There's a bit of a sizzle that also kind of splatters into some of the roots in the nearby plant life before the vampire doesn't even seem to notice, slipping away into the darkness away from you.
All right, that's her turn.
All right. Airthrendir, you're up.
He lets the concentration on the illusion drop, and then just looking helplessly from Metreon to Lillison to Bismarck to Kiva, he's just going to say, "Look, y'all, we gotta move. If we're found here when the alarm gets raised, we're gonna be blamed. We're foreigners. We gotta find someplace to go." And then with that, he's going to... Yeah, he's gonna look at Ismark, give him a nod, and then dash to where Amity's hiding place is.
All right. Kiva, anything from you?
All right, so Kiva will now step outside the church and she can still see those vampires, so fuck. I guess she's gonna do something stupid. Yeah, she'll take the dash action and try to catch up to the vampires and then use the rest of her movement as well.
All right,
Actually,
go for it.
wait a minute. Hold on, sorry. 1 sec. Am I still raging at this point?
Yes, I believe you would be.
Perfect. Okay, when she gets there, she's going to throw her scimitar at the topmost vampire.
All right, go for it.
Ah, 4 throws. It's a 7.
All right, as you whirl the scimitar through the air, sending it spiraling head over hilt, right toward the vampire, you watch as its ears perk up, its body stiffens with supernatural, inhuman sensitivity and speed, whirling and smashes the blade out of the air with a backhand of its fist. The blade slumps into the ground, the blade slicing into the earth and loamy soil. The vampire fixes you with a single lingering glare and distant hiss before turning back toward the darkness.
Okay, so she's gonna finish her movement and just end up 1 square further down, and then the scimitar will come back to her.
All right. With that, the shell-shocked woman who was recently grappled scrambles to her feet, running across the road and just barely getting inside with Amity. That is the only other blocking to act. Metron, anything from you while you're inside? Or not inside. Where did you go?
Well, he's just going to spend his movement to barrel into the house that Amity's in, just past her, ignoring
yes.
the commoners who are in his way. He just kind of barrels in and then finds a corner and crouches in it.
All right. And with that, as you speed into the house, you watch as the shapes of the vampires vanish into the night, their forms disappearing into the darkness. Are any of you pursuing, or are you making your ways into the house with Amity?
The latter.
I think
Kiva,
Kiva would
Lillison?
continue to try to pursue, honestly.
Yeah, so would Lillison.
All
Okay.
right. In that
Murder
case, I will
gal.
need the. 1 second. As both of the vampires attempt to escape. You're pursuing these two vampires?
On the right, yeah.
All
Yes.
right. Sidestepping initiative for a moment and moving into more of a chase, you watch as one of them slips, dashes forward, bounding ahead to the darkness, and then slipping out of sight once it's beyond the range of your dark vision. As soon as you catch up, you see it's vanished, though you can see the other one, who did not quite roll as high as its stealth check, is just a bit of a ways away. You can still attack that one if you'd like. Or you can use your action to dash to try to catch up with it. But it's clear that unless you dash after it, it's going to outpace you.
I can bonus action dash.
Oh, that's true.
And I've got a ranged weapon now, so I'm good to at least, as long as it's within 60 feet, I'm fine.
All right, it'll probably only be within 60 feet for the next round, so if you'd like to move forward and attack with your actions, you are certainly welcome to.
Yeah, let's do it.
Why not?
All right.
That's a 15 for the scimitar.
A 15 just hits, and Lillison, you're casting an acid splash?
I am.
Gotcha. Unfortunately, as you cast the spell forward, the vampire spawn just ducks nimbly aside it, evading the splash of boiling crimson acid. However, Kiva, its trajectory forces it to dodge just into the arc of your spiraling scimitar, dealing how much damage?
6 force damage.
All right, it slices across part of its ear, cutting it away, but as you watch, it instantly begins to regrow, regenerating faster than you can even imagine. It's going to make another stealth check in an attempt to evade. What are your passive perceptions?
Fuck. Sorry, I'm looking for it on the sheet
Where is
right
it on
now.
the sheet,
It's
Dragon?
not on the sheet. It's just 10 plus your perception mod.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 13.
13. All right, so unfortunately, as the vampire spawn rolls a 20, you watch as it dashes forward, just scrabbling up the side of a rooftop. And as soon as you round your way to the side of the road, peering up over the chimney of the top of the townhouse, you see the silhouette pause for a moment, glancing back down at you, its crimson eyes glinting in the moonlight, and then it scrambles out of sight and it's gone. The night is quiet. And with that, as the lurching forms of the vampires vanish into the night, the screams of terror slowly fading into the night air, each of your chests pounding, your breaths coming hard, and the fear and chill sinking deep into your flesh and minds. Amity, as your teeth chatter and you watch as the two children crying into each other's arms in the side of the townhouse that you've made your way into there, the three Vallakian adults that have made their way inside, just staring straight ahead with a quiet, silent horror, just hollow expressions pointed forward, not a tear escaping their eyes. Metreon, as you slowly catch your breath, and Erthrandir, as you watch Kiva and Lillison vanish down the street into the distance. That is where we'll take our break for now.
We did it.
We won.
Bum-bum-ba-dum.
Well, I think
F
that
in the
went well.
chat for Father Lucian, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, drop one out.
Rest in pieces.
And with that, we will pick this back up after a 15-minute break. So until we return, do please enjoy a few other messages from our D&D community, as always, including this week a fireside chat with Harrison, a moderator of the Curse of Strahd subreddit and resident expert on Foundry VTT, about running Curse of Strahd via virtual tabletop. We'll see you all back here soon.
Welcome to Fireside Chat, a short interlude with weekly features where I, your host Jup Lucas, will be showcasing and interviewing prominent D&D creators. This week, we are talking to Harrison, a member of the Curse of Strahd community and Foundry consultant for Twice Bitten, about using VTTs for your Dungeons & Dragons games. What are the major differences between running D&D in person versus online? What are the major challenges and benefits in switching to a virtual tabletop?
So obviously one of the biggest differences between playing at a table versus a VTT is the lack of physicality. And this certainly can have a mechanical impact on how you run your game, as well as a massively different social experience. If you don't give specific thought towards catering to and maintaining the social aspect of what makes D&D fun for a lot of people, then a session played via VTT can feel a little impersonal. That being said, there are also some enormous benefits. Playing via a VTT provides tools that can cut out a lot of time with playing at a table. Rules and details are typically only a couple of clicks away in a compendium or resource, and processes such as dice rolling and the calculation of attack and damage rolls can be done via automation, which can dramatically increase the flow of combat. Personally, I found this makes VTT an easier entry point to the hobby for new players too, as it takes a lot of the pressure off some of the more mathematic aspects of the hobby, allowing them to focus on learning and growing comfortable with other areas first.
Which virtual tabletop tools might a Dungeon Master want to know about when moving to an online game?
It's very important before beginning or transitioning your campaign to a VTT setting that you understand the features of your chosen software, what technical requirements it has for you and your players, and whether all of you are able to meet them. I know more than one DM who's tried to host a VTT server for their group after setting up loads of their software in their campaign, and then realised after paying out for it that their wireless connection or the connection of one of their players isn't good enough to work on it. You want to consider the strengths of that VTT arguably has over table sessions and work out how you want to incorporate these strengths. Typically, this includes things such as an ease of access to media like images and audio, and effects that you can utilize but just aren't practical at a table session. A very important factor to keep in mind that I personally found to be a big initial hurdle to VTT is losing the multi-channel input that you have at a table. By that, I mean that when you're sat at the table, you can see the visual cues of players who might want to speak or have something to input while someone else is talking, and you can telegraph who you want to speak up next. You're able to non-verbally communicate with multiple people at once, and sometimes smaller in-character conversations can break out around the table and still be manageable for you. When playing online, however, you're often restricted to a single voice channel, and this can lead to situations where people talk over each other, keep interrupting and stopping for each other, and generally have less sync or flow than you might have at a table. I felt this is a roadblock that any DM looking to run D&D via a VTT needs to be aware of and have solutions in place for. Some of these might include the use of a supplementary Discord channel, or using the chatbot feature of your VTT to communicate side conversations or player intent without interrupting or ongoing dialogue. Some VTT have modules available that can also add tools to help with this.
What unique aspects or resources does Curse of Strahd have that can be conveyed particularly well through a VTT?
So although different players and campaigns portray it to different degrees, Curse of Strahd is first and foremost a horror campaign. This provides so many opportunities to immerse your players using a VTT that I feel is just often not possible at a table. Atmospherics, particularly involving dynamic lighting and line of sight, can create some extremely scary and unsettling moments, particularly if you take the opportunity to use your VTT to make items like torches become relevant again. At a table setting, torches are often one of those quickly disregarded items that appear in Explorers or Dungeoneers packs and then might never get referenced again for the entire campaign. When you're in a dark horror setting with dwindling light and poor visibility, combining this with a VTT playstyle can cast Dance and Shadows or provide line of sight from your torchlight melting off into the darkness of the crypt you're exploring, but you can't quite see the ghoul that you suspect is there, even though you can hear it creeping around thanks to the audio ambience and targeted sound effect in your VTT, can make a real sort of chef's kiss moment that really ties off the horror of a campaign.
How have you used your virtual tabletop expertise to enrich the experience of your Curse of Strahd games?
So really, it's a bit of a continuation of my previous answer, really, ramping the atmospherics up to 11. So my group have literally just managed to drag themselves out of Berez in our last session, and several of the group have said that they felt that the horror they experienced there has made for some of their favourite and most memorable sessions in the 97 and counting sessions of our campaign so far. I ran Berez as a hex crawl, which was made easier using a VTT by me having hidden journal entries visible only to myself on the region map with fixed locations in the hexes. I even drew out on screen shaded regions, visible only to myself, that indicated how high the water would typically reach on the players, so there was some variety to how they had to travel, which didn't matter because someone cast water walking straight away and they disregarded the whole thing. Personally, I use Foundry VTT, which I cannot recommend enough. Fantastic. It also has some built-in sound and animated asset support. Now, I used that to obscure the map with heavy fog effects in like a GIF format, and layered an ambient track of swamp sounds and a separate track for swarms of flies, and I'd gradually increase the volume of that whenever the group was staying still, flies settling in and stopping them from resting. As the group reached important set-piece locations with their own battle maps, I'd use the fog assets again, in addition to decreased visibility effects to really drive home the feeling of them being lost, isolated, and increasingly worn down. It was particularly fun to play creepy, low-volume music box noises out of the fog and leave them wondering what it was. It was an extremely enjoyable experience for players, and an enjoyably sadistic one for me as DM.
What's your experience been like trying to translate the knowledge from your home game into the streaming format of Twice Bitten? Have there been any unexpected roadblocks or insights?
I found it extremely fun and rewarding making my small contributions to Twice Bitten, and particularly discussing with the cast and crews ways that the VTT could be utilised. It's a bit of a blessing that, although Dragna will certainly have surprises and depth in store, everyone in the group is a Curse of Strahd DM, so the broad strokes can be discussed without ruining the experience of the cast. This means I often have a good sounding board for bouncing ideas off and discussing the way we can use VTT to enrich the experience. Death House in particular was a lot of fun, sourcing assets, discussing the ways that marks of horror could be incorporated, and so on. As the characters develop and begin to branch out into subclasses, I'm also looking forward to working with the players to see what character-specific features, animations, and visuals we can come up with. Some of these are already in planning and discussion, and you should definitely keep an eye out for those as time goes on.
If you think your hometown has problems, you haven't spent nearly enough time in the village of Barovia.
Over the years, their taste for human flesh had only grown.
The vampire spawn,
the undead cult, the werewolf den.
I just think we can do a little better here.
Grab our shovels and we're going to add some depth to help you run your best
Curse of Strahd.
Strahd possible. You're welcome.
He flies into a fit of rage that is unparalleled.
There's child abuse galore through this thing. He's been nailed to the wall with very long iron spikes, and I imagine it's been a very uncomfortable time for him.
You see, in tracking a monster, one always needs proper bait.
my friends. It is I, Count Strahd von Zarovich, and I bid thee listen. The Guild of the Black Crow have produced over 5 hours of ambient sound design for my most beautiful and ancient land. As used by Twice Bitten, these ambient backgrounds include my most private and intimate of letters, as well as bonus tracks not found in the Dungeon Master's Handbook. So, hear me now. I guarantee you safe passage to their camp. Support them, and perhaps we shall meet sooner than you think.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. Before we begin, as always, we have a few announcements to get through. As always, thank you to our continuing virtual tabletop sponsor for this campaign, Foundry VTT. After that, I think we've got some other things to get through real quick. For those who are watching for the first time or are returning, let's get a refresher going. Twy, what have you got?
So, after the horrors we have just established, I would like to take the time to be a shill and remind y'all that you can subscribe with Twitch Prime if you've got it. We would be very appreciative, and all the money from subscriptions goes towards making sure that this stream is the best that it can be, in both production and horror. And that will get you some lovely emotes, most recently the lovely Nat 20 and Nat 1 made by Jack. And yeah, love to see you. And thank you so much for coming, all of y'all. Serena?
All right, y'all. If you are enjoying what you're listening to, you can remember to join the discussion on our very own subreddit, reddit.com/r/twicebittendnd, and to subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/rcurseofstrahd, for past sessions, fireside chats, video essays, and highlights from the stream.
All right, thank you, Serena. And Kaya, for those who are new to the stream or unfamiliar with, we have a podcast, don't we?
Yes, we do. We have our podcast hosted by Anchor at anchor.fm/twice-bitten. It is also available for listening to on most major podcast platforms, including Apple Podcasts and Spotify. So you can catch our entire backlog there, as well as the fireside chats, which have been separated off and are their own little episodes in case all you really want to do is reference that one thing that Harrison said, just a little while ago without needing to dig through the entire middle of the episode.
Beautiful. All right, thank you very much, Kaya. And with that, I think that's all of our announcements out of the way. So thank you all for your patience, and let's return to Twice Bitten. And so, as the chill of the night falls over each of you, the blood-stained earth and soil and wood within the church, Amity, you can hear the sobbing of one of the children in the space with you, the other one staring straight ahead. The night is quiet. The spawn vanished into the darkness of the night. A few bodies littering the ground of the earth, and back in the chapel where you remember they were. Earthrender, you see coming up on the road behind you just Ismark staring straight ahead, his face blank like stone. He silently enters the abandoned dwelling, sits on the ground, and just stares straight ahead.
Earthrender steps inside, seeing Amity, and kind of walking over to her. Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm not hurt. Are you okay? I didn't see exactly what happened, but I heard things.
They weren't concerned with us. They wanted the priest, I think, and the people. I don't know much more. They just dropped down and just started slaughtering them.
Curses.
Yeah, that's about the mood. Metreon and Kiva and Lillison should be in here if they've regained a lick of sense. But yeah, that's where we are. He looks around. About how many people are in here other than him and Amity?
I believe it's 2 adults and 2 children, as well as Ismark, again, Metreon.
All right. Yeah. In that case, he's going to walk over to Metreon, just sit down by him. Hey, are you... you alright?
As you sit down, you see him, his knees are pressed to his chest. His hands are kind of dangling on his knees, but you would see a string leading up to a very bloody holy symbol of Lathander, or the Morning Lord, rather. He just kind of has this 1,000-yard stare right now, and without looking at you, you just hear him muttering. He said that they couldn't get in.
In the church? Yeah. I guess their information was wrong. It happens. I'm sorry. Did they... sorry, go ahead.
What do we do? What do we do to deserve this?
Absolutely nothing. It's not us. It's those monsters and whatever was... Yeah, that's all.
Strahd's the one that did that.
Yeah, probably.
No, he did. He was in there with me and Kiva.
He was there?
He looked at us like we was just nothing.
Oh God, did he? Well, why would he even? That doesn't make any. But yeah, no, the monsters outside didn't hurt us either. Said that their master had said that we were to be left for him to hunt.
He's trying to break us.
Yeah, I think so. I'm scared as shit, Metreon.
Tran goes quiet. He's just still kind of drifting in and out of a fugue.
Earthrin, in that case, Earthrin's quiet for a moment, and then he reaches out and gently grabs the holy symbol, and with his faded handkerchief from the pocket,
Metreon immediately.
Hey! I'm sorry. I just wanted to get the blood off you. Sorry. I know you don't like that.
Kind of turning himself away from you.
He puts his hands back. All right. Yeah, makes sense. I'm sorry. He stands and is going to peek outside into the air to see if he sees Kiva or Lillison.
What are Kiva and Lillison doing with their quarries now having escaped their view?
When it becomes clear that we can't catch up, Lillison is just going to stop and just like stare after them, just like standing very, very still for a minute.
Kiva just looks really lost. With the rage being gone, there was a little bit of comfort there to her, which is a new feeling, but now that it's gone, she just feels very alone. And like she's missing a part of her. And yeah, normally, like, if this were anything else, she would be just happy that she got a hit in, but it sort of makes her feel a lot more downtrodden. And she keeps an eye on Lillison to make sure that they're not going to get attacked again, but she keeps looking back towards the direction of the church and yeah, just looks very confused.
After a while, Lillison turns almost woodenly and just starts moving back towards the Blue Water Inn.
Does Kiva follow?
Does she know where the Burgomaster's mansion is in relation to this?
Yes, she would. The Burgomaster's mansion is you would have to head toward the Blue Water Inn, and then before you get there, take a southern branch of the road.
Okay, she'll follow Lillison, but that's where she's heading. She's sort of going back in her head about making a decision.
Hey, where y'all going?
You can just, if you poke your head out, you can just faintly see Kiva and Lillison's silhouettes making their way away from you. You can't, you're not quite close enough to talk unless you shout.
He's not going to risk that. There's another thing. Can he hear any other movement from on the street, like, say, chainmail?
Make a perception check. And
All
while
right.
that's happening, what's Amity doing?
Well, first, Amity's checking this house, probably to come to the conclusion that it's abandoned.
Sure. You take a few moments to look around. If you'd like, you can make an investigation check.
Will do. That is a 7.
7. You make your way around the chamber. You see that it appears to have been a 2-story house at one point, but the back staircase has rotted over time to the point where the upper half entirely of the stairs have just crumbled to the ground, forming a pile of debris at the bottom. The windows are cracked. Any glass that was once there shattered and broken, smeared with dirt and mud and ash. You can see that the floorboards are rotten in places. There's a large hole in the floor in one area where you can actually see a muddy pit just at the bottom of perhaps 2.5 feet deep. And it is cold in here. You can hear the wind howling through a hole in the upper wall, and you kind of pull your hands in on yourself, shivering involuntarily as the temperature drops a few degrees.
All right. Then Amity's going to look outside and very precariously run to the adjacent house where she was earlier and knock and just say, just so you know, we're safe now. It was smart of you to not let anyone in.
There's a pause, and then a man's voice, slightly muffled, slightly hollow sounding. Good. And then nothing.
Yeah, and Amity will return to her allies, who probably heard that, given that she yelled loud enough for the people in the house to hear her.
Yeah. And speaking of which, Earthrendeer got a 17 on his perception check.
All right, looking around, you don't notice anything, anyone seeming to approach. However, after a moment, you do hear what sound like metal bootsteps slowly approaching from the west, slowly at first, and then picking up speed as they get closer. You can just faintly see a silhouette making their way over.
Does he look familiar?
The silhouette?
Yeah.
As they resolve into a person's shape, you see what appears to be a Vallakian guard, and you're reminded of the fact that the western gate is not very far away, likely close enough to hear the screams. It is a woman, perhaps in her late 20s, early 30s, dark hair down to her shoulders, her eyes wide. What? At the morning, Lord, what happened?
Is she asking that to me or just rhetorically?
She sees you, and you get the sense she's kind of just looking for understanding.
He wishes he would have been inside the house at this point, but he is going to do his best. There was something happened during the midnight service. Some sort of attack. I don't know much more. I'm sorry. I was hiding. I didn't see anything.
She takes a few steps closer, turning one of the corpses over and putting a hand to her mouth. Right. Get to your home.
Yes, ma'am. And he is going to say that last bit loudly enough to where Amity and Metria can hear. Right, yeah, I'll get back there. And then he is going to head off in the direction that Lillison and Kiva went.
All right. Is Metron doing anything, or is he? Because you hear and kind of see Earthrendeer making his way down the street toward the eastern side of town.
No.
Just staying there.
Yes.
Same for Amity.
Amity gives a little bit of pause, yelling after them. Wait, they could still be out there. It's dark. Maybe we should just sleep here tonight.
He turns back. He like kind of pauses as if trying to formulate an argument. I don't know. I don't know anything, but I have the sense that from how those two were acting, they're going to do something rash if someone isn't there to talk to them.
Oh, all right. I'll trust your senses. And she follows them, but very trepidatiously, and she sort of tries to urge them into running back to the Blue Water Inn.
Seeing Amity now leaving, Metron starts to get up off the wall, since he was kind of like fetal position, cradling against it. He looks. Is Ismark in the house as well?
He is, yes. You can see he's seeing to the Vallakians within, seeing if they have any wounds. Just speaking in soft tones, trying to keep the tone as calm and quiet as possible.
Look after them. And Metron, trying to like understand what the hell is going on and what he's doing, shakes his head, and he's gonna go out the door. And when he does, he immediately winces at the sight of all the corpses laying in the street. Kind of takes a moment, and almost recoils and pauses and considers going back inside the house, but then seeing Amity and Earthrendir running down the street, he's going to go ahead and follow them.
All right.
Wait.
You were able to catch up with Earthrendir.
Hey, what is it?
Well, where are you going?
I don't know. I was just trying to follow the other two, and
where the fuck did I go?
The end's this way. They might be going there. If not, then I'm going to be very angry at Kiva. But yeah, I don't know. We just need to get the five of us together and figure out a plan, and from there we.
As you say that, you see Lillison and Kiva reach an intersection up ahead. Lillison marching forward and Kiva peeling off to the right, in the direction in a road that you've just taken earlier that day, toward a certain tutoring session.
Oh God, damn it! And he takes off at a run after her.
Metron looks at Amity, confused. Oh, where the fuck are they going?
I don't know. Amity runs to keep up with Earthrendir. Where's she going? What's happening?
I think the only thing that way's the house, and you heard her this whole day. I mean, it's not a bad. I think she's going after Irina.
God damn it!
Yeah, that's my thought. Though, in fairness,
if
it's a
you
good
would
time.
talk to her, it's a different thing.
We'd have to yell.
Is Kiva walking or is she running?
I mean, she's walking. Her plan is to go alert the burgomaster of what just happened at the church.
Well, we'll figure that out in a moment. As
So-
as you turn the corner and make your way, you're a few hundred yards away from the burgomaster's manor. As soon as Earthrendir catches up with you,
And Amity's saying, like, you actually met with the guy, right? I was thinking maybe we should recommend to him to institute a curfew where you're not allowed to be outside dwelling when it's dark out.
I don't think he's a sensible enough ruler to do that. Oh, Kiva. Hey, what's going on?
Well, someone should tell the person who runs this place that his town is full of vampires. So.
That person does not need to be you. He's not going to take that well.
What do you mean he's not going to take it well? It doesn't matter who he takes it from. He's going to have to take it.
I mean that I've gotten the impression that from this guy, he doesn't really care about... He just kind of like grapples for the words, his hands moving. He's a tyrant. He's going to take... You're a foreigner, you're an elf. You are going to bring him his bad news, and he will have you thrown in jail while he investigates what the hell you saw. Trust me, I saw the way the man talks to his servants, his son. You're not going to get the response you want.
That's fine. He doesn't have to hear it from us. Look, if we go by the house and then go back, we can send a message.
I don't need you two telling me what to do. I can go do this.
Kiva, just because you are strong enough to do this does not mean it's a good idea. I understand, and I will, but please, after tonight, we don't... He just kind of looks down. Fine. If you are insistent on doing this, then go. Door's right there. Walk in.
Kiva walks away.
She's going to die.
Amity visits the door, touching it like a game of tag, and then turns back to Erthrindir. I don't think there's anything that we can say.
Yeah, maybe I approached that the wrong way. I don't know, but I'm staying here. I want to make sure she walks back out. Do what you need to, Amity.
You're staying here.
I'm gonna find somewhere to hide.
We'll find out anyway.
Yeah.
He's gonna blame us anyway. If that's what you're saying about him, is he being a tyrant and all? We've been spotted. We've been seen. It wouldn't have mattered if she went or not.
Well,
she
it
would
might
find
have.
out. You don't not find out about something like that.
Yeah, but this sure gives him a head start.
There's people we saved. There's witnesses. There's the 4 people who came into the house with me. They can vouch for us.
I don't know if that's gonna matter. Not with these people. Pete just kind of shakes his head. I don't know. I'm gonna find a place to hide.
Maybe this will convince him. And Metreon holds out the bloody holy symbol, and he kind of like breaks through Amity and Erthandir and starts to go after Kiva.
All right, Kiva. By this point, you've reached the front steps of the Burgomaster's mansion. You can see the old walls of plaster stone in the darkness. The mansion itself is dark, save for what seems to be a candle flickering deep inside the house, from what you can make out through one of the windows, just faintly through one of the drapes. You pass through the large arched opening above the mansion's double doors and find yourself standing there in the darkness alone. I believe it was Amity coming up behind you? Or was it
no,
Metreon?
No, yeah, it was Metreon.
Gotcha. Metreon coming up behind you as you make
If you're
your
gonna
way to
try
the doors.
Ooh, sorry. She's gonna say, if you're gonna try to stop me, I don't want to hear it.
No, I'm not. I'm take this. Maybe that'll be some kind of proof. And he extends the holy symbol to her.
She's going to take it and very briefly catch his hand during the exchange and just give it a squeeze. And then, is there a door knocker on the door?
There is, yes, carved in the shape of a grizzly mastiff's head.
She is going to bang that thing with all of the strength in her body against the door.
All right. You bang the knocker 3 times, then step back to wait. A few seconds pass, then a few moments. A minute goes by, and then another, and then finally you see a faint flickering light from behind the cracks in the doors, and the door opens, revealing a tired-looking woman, bags under her eyes, wearing what seems to be a coat wrapped around a nightgown as she holds a brass candle holder and a flickering wax candle that burns with a quiet intensity in the darkness. Can I ask what your business is? It's a bit late.
Wake the Burgomaster now. There's been an incident at the church, and a lot of people are dead.
The Baron, but people are dead?
Yeah, a
She
lot of
glances
them.
up nervously.
Please
Are
go
you
get
sure?
the Burgomaster. Please go get him.
She swallows, stepping back and closing the door shut. Vanishing. You wait for another minute, then 2. And then you hear the sound of metal boots coming down a staircase. The door swings open once more, and you see Baron Vallaki, who also looking slightly haphazard in his dress. The servant woman behind him looking terrified and shrinking back. The Baron fixes his gaze on you. One of the outsiders. Equally as abhorrent as the others, and seemingly in manner as well. For what tall tales do you waken me, and force me to discipline my servants?
She looks him dead in the eyes and holds up the absolutely covered in viscera holy symbol and says, "The devil left a message for you in the church. Father Lucian is dead. Many of your citizens, men, women, and children, are dead."
His eyes narrow, and you watch as his nostrils flare as he reaches out to snatch the holy symbol from your hands. Do you let him do it?
No.
As you pull it away, he snarls slightly under his breath. Do you really mean to tell me that? I see it then. His eyes narrow. Come here claiming to bear a message from the devil. Do you claim to be spies of his?
I claim to be a person who just watched vampires rip apart human beings, you fucking idiot!
How dare you! My family has ruled. Yes?
Oh, I was gonna say she's gonna punch him in the fucking face.
Jesus fucking
Go for
Christ.
it, roll.
I love it. I love it. Drama.
What's that, an unarmed strike?
D4 plus your strength?
Yes. D20 plus your strength modifier.
$17.
17 will hit as you punch him right across the face. He goes stumbling backward, his cheeks swelling up, a bit of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide. You hear a gasp from the maid beside him. The Baron's face turns dark and angry. You will regret that.
Try me, you fucking bastard.
He moves to slam the door shut.
She's gonna try to stop it.
Make an athletics check.
Meanwhile, Metreon is kind of watching from down the street a bit. Total surprise and shock seeing Kiva land a blow against him. He starts to kind of inch his way over, not running, but just kind of like trying to keep an eye on Kiva to make sure that not only she's got a handle of this, but that there aren't also guards or Ezek coming around.
That's a 10 for my athletics check.
He rolled a 9.
Hey.
So as he moves to slam the door shut, you shove your body weight in just enough to stop it. His eyes widen. He immediately turns to the woman beside him. Get Ezek, now! I don't care for his excuses. Fetch him! The woman's eyes widen and she whimpers and immediately darts toward the staircase.
Why do you think everyone outside of here is trying to ruin your fucking town? I'm trying to save people.
Because if not for malcontents like you, all in my town would be well. But for the curses that you bring with you, for the ugliness of your bodies and your souls, I will not abide it. So if you wish to linger on my doorstep and be burned and savaged like the beast you are, by all means remain. And he takes a step back, looking quite somewhat shaky, his eyes wide. With your passive perception,
She's
you can
gonna
see
hit
there's
him
actually
again.
trembling very faintly.
Okay, yeah, good. She's gonna hit him again after the whole beast thing.
All right, he is going to try to evade that, so give me a dexterity check to see how quick you are.
Who knew barbarians are so angry?
21.
Fuck, he rolled a 20. All right, how many points of damage did you deal the first time? It was like 1 plus your strength mod, right?
1 plus strength would be, I guess, 2?
Okay.
I don't know which one the modifier is, if it's the 1 or the 3.
All right.
Alright, this time she's gonna try to hit him with her scimitar, though.
Oh.
Okay. Roll to hit.
When
It's not trying to, like, kill him, she's trying to knock him out.
Metron's gonna rush up.
Yeah, Earthendir is too.
23.
23 will hit. You can see that he has a breastplate kind of strapped on hastily over his nightclothes. But as you strike forward, how much damage do you deal?
6 points of damage.
All right. As you do, he has. You can see he's hanging by a thread. He like almost crumbles to the ground, backing up, his eyes wide, his face pale, and he raises his voice and shouts, "Help! Murderers! Assassins! Outsiders!"
Metron reaches up and tries to pull Kiva out of the house.
Kiva
Come on, we gotta go. Come on.
He immediately disengages and flees up the stairs.
Earthrendir watches.
Is this a contested check then?
What is what?
Oh, I'm trying to grapple Kiva and pull her out of the house.
All right. Kiva, are you allowing this?
Nope.
Let's go. And for grappling, is it just athletics, or can I do athletics or acrobatics?
It's athletics for the
I assume.
If you want to grapple, it has to be athletics. Yes.
I know. I was just assuming that.
Is it also athletics to resist that?
Or acrobatics.
Your choice of athletics or acrobatics.
That's a 21.
That's a 21. That's a 14.
All right. So is the Baron still yelling and making a lot of noise?
You hear his footsteps receding, and then after a moment, you hear far heavier footfalls beginning to come down the stairs toward you.
All right. Does Earthrendir know what window Victor's room is?
His bedroom or his workroom?
Bedroom.
You've never seen his bedroom.
Fuck. All right. Not ideal.
So if oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I need a minute. Go ahead.
So can I only rage if I'm in initiative?
I mean, right now we're not entirely in initiative, but it is very clear that someone is coming, and they will be here very soon. You have a moment to make a decision. What are you doing?
Yeah, she's gonna rage then.
All right.
You're not going anywhere?
No, she's staying right there.
Not
Metron's
chasing the
gonna-
Baron? Fair enough.
Metron's gonna try and keep pulling her out.
Earthrendir, the door's open, right?
The door is still open. Yes, Kiva has kind of wedged herself inside of it.
All right. Earthrendir looks between this, hears the Baron shouting, and seems to make a mental decision. He rushes past Metron, squeezes past Kiva, and is going to, let him... Can he... And is going to put himself inside.
I mean, if he's actively trying to, push past her, she's gonna take that as, a trying to get her out of there, and she won't let him through.
I'm trying... This is our fucking chance. If you're starting this, then we need to go.
She'll let him pass.
All right.
Where is Lillison?
Lillison, last you saw her, was walking back towards the Blue Water Inn.
Oh boy. All right. All right. So, yeah, once Earthrendir's inside, he roughly knows the layout. Can he still hear the footfalls coming from upstairs?
Yes.
All right. He pisses at her. That's Ezek. I'm going to try and get Victor. If you can keep him occupied, I can dart. I think she might be in there. I can dart in and... I don't know, but I'm gonna see what I can get. But he's a nasty bugger. You're gonna have to be careful. Okay. And then... Yeah, that's all. He's going to slip into a side room with the door cracked to let Ezek go down the stairs.
All right. I'd say you can pretty easily make your way into the parlor, or the which is right adjacent, or you can make your way to the den, which is slightly further in.
Whichever's closer to the stairs.
Okay. In that case, you could probably make your way to the parlor.
All right. Yeah, he'll keep
easily.
the door cracked so he can stay abreast of what's going on.
Okay. With that, Metron, what are you doing?
I'm trying to pull Kiva out. Come on, we gotta go. Come on, we can't do this.
Kiva just sort of turns and growls at him and says, "Then go!"
With that, Metreon lets her go and backs away.
Amity's sort of standing there watching. At this point, no matter what happens, we're all going to hang. Either we run and never come back to this town again, which is one of the 3 towns in all of existence, or we take action.
Metreon looks back at Amity. DM, can I roll? Can I try to check and see if where I hear any direction, like where I hear any footsteps, or if I hear them? Like, I'm just trying to kind of keep a watch on the street.
Make a perception check to glance back at the street.
Fuck, 8.
You don't see anyone approaching, just a few lonely swirls of mist in the darkness.
Metreon looks back at Kiva one last time. If you do this, you better get her out of there. Otherwise, you're getting her killed.
Kiva nods and almost looks apologetic for her anger, but it's also very clear that she cannot control it right now. She is bubbling, and turns back and waits for whoever's coming down the stairs.
All right, Airthunder, I need you to make a stealth check for me.
Yes, sir. $20.
All right, the door clicks silently shut behind you, and you're able to just keep it open at just a crack, a hair sliver to peer through, though you're fairly confident that none can notice it. As you peer through, you hear the sound of heavy bootsteps coming downstairs. Kiva, slowly pulling around the corner of the banister toward you, faintly illuminated by the flickering candlelight of a single candle left mounted on the bottom of the banister. Holding a large battle axe in his hands, his torso covered with white fur and hide, studded leather armor. The edge of his massive battle axe glinting wickedly in the dim light. He eyes you balefully.
Kiva just cracks her neck.
So you're the one that the Baron wants me to deal with.
So you're the one that kidnapped Irina.
So that's how it's going to be.
And he holds the axe up in with both hands kind of swelling it lazily, baring his teeth as he takes a step toward you.
If you're going to be a fly in my ear, perhaps it's for the best that the Baron's asked me to serve you to him on a platter.
Start carving then. And she's gonna pull her scimitar out.
Oh!
All right.
That's cool as fuck.
I did not expect to have to use this map tonight, but nonetheless, it looks like we shall.
Sorry.
All good. Give me
The
one
Baron
moment to
was
get
so
everything
mean.
together. I think we are all good here.
Never apologize.
He was so mean to her. She just snapped.
It's almost as if she'd been warned.
Almost as if she's a
And with
barbarian.
that,
She's a friggin' idiot. But
No,
we
she's
love her.
not. She is not dumb. She is very smart.
I will need Kiva, Airthunder, and Metreon to roll initiative, and Amity, if you're somewhere on the map, tell me where.
Yeah, I'm not more than 10 feet back from the door.
All right, I'll place you down there. And apologies to Lillison, who is currently off screen.
No apologies
But-
necessary. I'm just like
All
going
right.
and getting my popcorn for this.
Beautiful. Sorry, I think I accidentally rolled someone instead of Ezek, so apologies for rolling your initiative for you. But regardless, Airthunder, you're up first. You can just faintly see through the crack that Ezek has both hands on his battle axe and is marching steadily toward Kiva.
Is he away from the stairs at this point?
Yes, he is not obstructing the stairs.
All right. And he's facing away from me. Oh, yeah,
He's
you've opened the
facing
door.
toward Kiva, yes. You think that if you open the door, it'd be pretty obvious you need to be exceptionally stealthy.
Yeah, no, he's not trusting that. He is going to throw the door up. He's going to throw the door open, full dash, and go pounding up the stairs.
Okay, are you making attack of opportunity, or are you moving around him?
I'm moving around him.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, and getting the second floor.
Okay, let me move you to the stairs. There you go. If you can see that okay, just move up a little bit.
Can do.
All right.
And that is all I've got time for.
All right. With that, Izek turns snarling. More invaders. Fine. If I have to behead and char every one of you to a crisp, then I will. All right, Amity, you're up.
Oh geez, already? Okay, should I be able to see the map? Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Okay. Very good. Not quite ready to launch a offensive attack yet. She is going to use a bonus action to give Kiva Bardic Inspiration. Kiva, remember, retreat is an option. And then she is going to cast Vicious Mockery on everyone's favorite Izek. So he has to make a bit of a save.
Charisma save?
Whiz, actually.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. That is a 3.
All right, so he takes 2 psychic damage. Is he dead? Or are we still going?
All right, 2 psychic damage, and his next attack is disadvantage, right?
Right, and Amity's like, have you ever thought about what you work for? But she's going to take 1 step back, and then that's the turn.
All right. Kiva, you're up. You watch as Izek pauses for a moment and then shrugs off, striding forward through past Amity's psychic impact, seemingly without any care for it. He seems entirely undamaged. What's your turn? Not entirely undamaged, but to have not taken so much suffering from it.
All right, so first I think I have to roll a wild surge die.
Do it.
Yes, please do.
Sorry, I just have to flip to my notes now.
You're good. You're good.
Fuck him up.
Oh, it's my favorite. It's my little flump. Okay, cool. So my little pixie actually comes out and just sort of hovers right next to Izek. And I think I can put that little thing on.
Oh, I just put it there for you.
Oh,
feel
you're
free to
the
move
best.
it where you want it.
She sort of like catches eyes with the little spirit thing, and there's something that's like sort of softens for a moment, and then it's all rage again. And she is going to march right up and swing at him with the scimitar.
All right, go for it.
Oh, and I'm gonna go reckless on this first one.
Perfect.
Ooh, snazzy.
Oh!
You better
There
get it.
we fucking
Tell
go.
me.
Get it in.
Tell me, I didn't even see the roll yet because my fucking screen freaked out at me. Hold on.
Well, you,
Okay, that's a nat 20.
Yep.
There we go.
roll another d6. That didn't count for the crit.
8 points of slashing damage.
All right. With that, Izek stumbles back briefly, the scimitar carving, slicing blood across from his arm. His eyes widen and narrow.
Give up now, and I'll let you live.
Funny. I was considering offering the same. Is that your turn? Or are you using the pixie?
She will also use her pixie, yeah. So she's
Go for
going
it.
to give another to the pixie, and then it's going to explode. And so I need him to make a dexterity saving throw.
Is it every creature in a 5-foot radius?
Yeah, probably me
Okay.
too then.
Are you moving it away from you? I'm assuming you know where to spawn it.
Yeah, I mean, she's gonna spawn it, yeah, probably like on the other side of Izek then.
Okay, perfect. With that, he will make a dexterity saving throw.
Come on, no rolls.
That is an 11.
Oh, the DC is 12! Amazing! So he has to take, he takes 6 points of force damage.
Hell yes.
All right, you watch as he whirls around, his eyes widening as he was distracted by you for just a moment as the pixie darts behind him and then unleashes a blast of bluish energy from behind him. Izek stumbles for a moment, just exposing enough of his body as he stumbles, but then quickly moves to regain his balance. Is that your turn, Kiva?
Amazing. For her bonus action, she's just gonna summon another one right where the old one.
All right, it poofs into existence. Is that your turn?
Yes.
All right, Izek will take his turn, and he will attack you. Rather happily, he will attack twice with his battle axe, attacking with advantage.
And he gets it. Yep, advantage.
He does not get advantage on the first attack because of Amity.
Ah, yes, Amity's. Thank you.
Oh, nice.
So that is a 11 to hit.
Yes, thankfully.
All right, he stumbles for a second, wincing, clutching his head as he misses the attack. Then he whirls, pivoting his balance, otherwise, and attacks with advantage a second time. That will be a 26 to hit.
That one hits.
All right, he slices deep across your shoulder, dealing 13 points of slashing damage.
Is that reduced or no?
Yes, it's reduced by rage to 7.
Okay, cool.
And with that, that is the end of his turn. Metreon, you're up. You see Aerthundir having just vanished up the stairs. Kiva engaged in melee with Izek. Kiva, how many hit points do you have left?
I accidentally went to type -7 and it made it 0,
yes.
so now I'm good.
Okay, Metreon, you're up. What are you doing?
So seeing Kiva engage with this big hulking brute, but not wanting to fight, he looks back at Amity and to Kiva and is looking around. He's gonna go ahead and just focused on that anger from everything that's happened today. He feels that kind of icy sensation go through him again, but this time it's a bit different in how it's expressed. He kind of utters these words that he's not familiar with, in a language that he doesn't know. And again, I've never cast this before, so I don't know what it looks like, but he's going to go ahead and cast Hex.
Ooh.
All right. Kiva, you watch as you hear them first, whisperings, murmurings, maddened, and then slowly several shadows like the claws of a long hand slowly twisting and gripping around Izek. One swirls across his face and he winces, ducking to the side against a foe that only he can see. And you watch as the shadows slowly tighten around him, constricting, and glancing behind you, you see Metron, his palm outstretched, the last wisps of shadow escaping his fingertips. What ability score are you hexing?
I'm going to go ahead and hex. I'm going to hex his strength.
Okay. Very good. This is only ability checks, mind you, not attacks.
Oh, then I'm gonna hex his dex then.
Okay.
Ooh,
it also does not affect saving throws.
God damn it.
Strength's not a bad idea. It helps grapples.
Yeah. I'll do strength then.
All right. His hex is, or you hex his strength. I'll note that down with this icon. And that's a bonus action, right?
No, that's an action, I believe.
Hex is a bonus.
Is it?
I think so.
It's not putting my thing correctly. Hold on, let me just double check.
Hex is a bonus action.
Sweet. Okay, then that's my bonus action. My action is going to go ahead. I'm gonna actually use my action to. Well, I'm gonna use my movement to get up here. Can I squeeze through Kiva or no?
You can squeeze through Kiva, or you can open the door next to her. It's up to you.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll rush into this door, and seeing, kind of remembering how she was there for me in the church, Metreon is gonna go ahead and rush up behind Ezek, and with his dagger, he's gonna try and stab at him.
Yo, I'm crying. Pastel
Go for
God.
And this is advantage or no?
This is not advantage.
Okay, got you.
This is just normal roll.
10.
Unfortunately, no. He whirls around, bringing his battle axe and blocking the blow that you aim with your dagger.
Fair enough. That's my turn.
All right. With that, Erthrendir, you are up and you are upstairs. You enter a dark corridor, familiar to you though. You've passed through this once before, making your way upstairs to Victor's workroom before.
Yeah. Okay.
What are you doing?
So, first things first. Does he see any, as he kind of goes along the corridor, does he see any doors that look like they might have been recently opened?
Glancing around, you don't actually see any doors right now.
Ah, right, yeah. In that case, he's going to dash so he can, keep moving. 5, 10, 15,
All right.
20, 25, 30. And now, does he see any doors that look or sound like they've been recently opened?
You would need to make a perception check for that, and your passive perception you have disadvantage on that right now because it's so dark in here. So I would say you can't tell. You can just see the doors, and that's about it.
Ah, fuck. Hold on. Can he light a candle with his object interaction?
If you have a candle on you, then yes.
I do, specifically.
Go for it.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, he does that.
All right, go for it.
I pow.
I will give you one.
Okay, fair.
Candles are what, 10 foot, 5 foot?
I think so, yeah.
All right, there you go.
Cheers. And then, realizing there's too many doors, he cups his mouth and... No, he's not that desperate yet. Yeah, that's his turn.
All right. With that, Amity, you're up.
Okay. Amity, first of all, as a bonus action. Oh no. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Bardic Inspiration is already out there on Kiva. But she is going to just go ahead and cast another Vicious Mockery on Ezek. So he has to make another Wiz save.
That is a 7. He is not very wise tonight.
All right, he takes 4 psychic damage. As Amity is just like, I'm sorry. I'm not going to hang for nothing.
All right, he grunts, wincing back, a shadow passing across his eyes as Metreon's hex tightens around his form. He will take the 4 psychic damage and has disadvantage on his next attack. Just remind me if I forget.
Will do.
All right, with that, Kiva, you're up.
All right. We're gonna reckless again.
All right.
Work.
That's
Damn.
another crit, kids.
Work.
Oh my god, stop! That's so funny. I can't see these rolls right away because I'm trying to click through my sheet. Okay. That's I gotta roll another one.
Yep.
One more d6.
Oof.
9. And then my pixie's gonna explode, but she's gonna move to the other side of Metreon so that it doesn't kill Metreon.
I mean, where are you looking to target it? Because right now there's nowhere to put the pixie that wouldn't hit one of you.
She's gonna. She make sure that she's the one that it hits?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, yeah, then she's gonna do that and make sure it doesn't hit Metreon, but it'll hit her.
All right, Ezek will make a dex save. 13.
He succeeds and Kiva fails.
Merp.
All right, there's a
Was that roll,
burst of
Kiva?
force energy as you
Oh,
watch
it's only 1 damage. Okay.
All right, as Kiva you watch her stretch out her hand, conjuring the pixie that then drifts slightly out of range as her eyes widen and she loses control of it for a second, and it bursts, sending a wave of bluish fey energy slamming into her that dissipates quickly. Izek turns toward you and begins to laugh, a terrible sound. So, you think you can invade my home with that? You're pathetic.
She's gonna spawn another. Oh, sorry. She's gonna spawn another one and then spit at him.
Reaction spit.
He will snarl, kind of wipe it off his face, and ready his battle axe for another go. In fact, it is now his turn. He will raise his his battle axe toward you, snarling, and then at the last moment, he will give you a terrible grin, slightly stained red from the point where you hit him the first time, and whirl and slice Metreon twice.
Disadvantage on the first one.
Yep. That is a 22 to hit.
That'd be
Oh, wait,
hitting.
no, entirely disadvantage. That's a 17.
That'd be hitting.
Okay, that will be 19 points of slashing damage.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, now she's real mad.
Cool.
All right. How many hit points does Metreon have?
9.
All right. With that, as Izek raises his battle axe again, he's going to attack a second time. This time normally. Unnatural 20.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
That's going to be 16 points of slashing damage.
Metron's down.
Christ.
Izek snarls, putting out puffs of air in the chill wind. You watch as the shadows around his body fade and fall, dripping to the ground like so much mud. So, I bet you thought you could distract me, right? Well, good luck.
Oh.
Maybe I'll take your little friend outside next.
You're just afraid to fight someone who's gonna beat you, you fucking bitch.
Try me. Metron, give me a death saving throw, please.
All right. Let's do this. That's a natural 20. It's a natural 20.
Fuck yes!
Back up on his feet with 1 hit point.
Oh my god!
Legendary. All right, that's
cool.
Metreon's turn.
Yeah.
Earthrendeer, you're up.
Okay, so he lights the candle, seeing so many doors, his heart sinks. And he's going to call him. Can he hear the Baron's footsteps at all?
You can take an action to make a perception check.
No. He's going to cup his hands and yell, Victor!
Okay. Your voice echoes in the halls. We'll see if anyone responds. Is that your turn?
I mean, okay. Shit. So this is... I know that the stairs up... Where would they take me? To the attic, right? Or is that somewhere else?
These stairs, you've seen them once before. They appear to go downstairs toward the back of the house, but you haven't been through them before.
Okay. And there's another hallway to my west.
Yes.
Alright.
You know that the hallway to your west leads to the Baron's bedchamber, and through there to the attic.
Were there any other doors on that hallway when I went through before?
Yes, there were 2 doors.
It's a decent guess. He's going to run that way and see if any of these look like either A, they've been recently opened, or B, they might belong to someone like Victor. Or he's trying to see, or fuck it. He'll go to this one. Is it locked?
It is not locked.
Can you push it open?
If you'd like to, go for it.
Yes. Bathroom. Damn it.
Yep, you see just an iron tub with clawed feet against the back wall and a few neatly folded towels across the table. No one's in here.
Shit. And he's out of movement. Alright, yeah, he's gonna dash and do the same with this door.
Alright, open it up. You just smell powder and fine perfume. You see a vanity with a mirror against one wall next to a faceless wooden mannequin wearing a white bridal gown. You can see a mirror on one wall with a gilded frame and another door in a corner, as well as another door to the right of you that you believe you've seen before, that you believe leads into the master bedroom.
Yep, not messing with that. He's going to use the rest of his movement to round the corner.
Alright. And is that your turn?
Yes.
Amity, you're up.
All right, Amity runs forth and gives Kiva a little squeeze, and she regains some HP.
Let's find
namely
out how...
9 of them.
Ooh.
9 of the
Oh,
HPs.
wow.
And then as she backs up, she gets her eyes glaze over slightly as she uses the final bardic inspiration just to roll on the spirit table.
Ooh.
Ooh, a 6. I have to look up what that is. All right, next person.
Okay, one moment, please. Okay. So, at this point, Erthrendir, as you're stepping back into the hall, we hear a door open. And you hear a young man's voice, familiar echo. What the hell is going on?
Not much time. Things have gone to shit. I'm calling in my favor now. Where is she? Please, I will be back. I'll be back. I will come in. I will come in invisibly and help you with whatever you need to, as many times as you
can't see him right now. You just hear him through the corridors.
Oh, okay, right.
Are you shouting to him?
Not all of that. That's risky with his dad. He's just going to say, "Hey, it's me. Please." And,
all right. All right. And with that, that is his turn. Kiva, Amity, and Metreon. There's a moment where Izek turns, looming above Metreon. So you didn't go down the first time, did you? Well, let's see about... And then there's a whirl, a motion of whirling, swirling black through the air. You see a flash of black feathers and a curve of a short sword through the air. And a sword slicing directly into Izek's side.
What?
Holy fuck!
They did it! Kiva's crying. Oh my god, I'm crying. They did it. They came to her help. Oh my god.
Boys!
I'm losing my goddamn mind, Dragna.
Oh
my god.
The raven-headed figure slices forth with a short sword, jabbing at Izek's side. Actually, let me double check something. Because I need to know whether this individual's attacking with... Okay, no, it was not stealthy enough to surprise Izek. But Izek whirls just in time enough to raise his battle axe to block the slicing blow. You see the raven-headed figure glowering at Izek, and then flash to what can only be a bizarre beaked grin to Metreon and Kiva. Right. Seemed you lot were in a bit of trouble.
Kiva says,
Yep, you first.
She's just gonna say, well, it's good you're here to finish him off.
Izek's eyes narrow. And who the fuck are you? Am I making bird stew tonight as well? The raven-headed figure just kind of dances back, looking spry on the two clawed feet you can see. I'd like to see you try. Can that be begun? And with that, that will be the end of that entity's turn. Kiva, you're up.
All right, we're gonna go reckless here. I forgot I could do that the last encounter, and so I'm just gonna keep doing it this one.
Okay, go for it.
It's 21.
21 hits.
9 points of slashing damage.
Okay, you slice across Ezek's side. He stumbles for a second, revealing a moment of weakness.
She's not gonna have the pixie because there's too many allies. So.
All right. Is that your turn then?
Yeah.
All right. Ezek, snarling, whirls toward the newcomer, raising his axe high over his head. If you're so eager to help, then maybe you should die first. He slashes through with his battle axe. Rolling an 11, which just misses. The Raven figure dodges nimbly aside. Gonna have to try better than that. And that is... He's just going to make a second attack. That's a 12, which will hit, dealing 15 points of slashing damage as he carves across the creature's wing. You see, for a moment, there's a grievous wound open up, and then in an instant, a heartbeat. It is instantly healed over. Ezek's eyes go wide. What the hells? The raven creature offers Kiva and Metron a wink. Right. Better luck next time, lad. And with that, that is the end of Ezek's turn. Metron, you're up.
Metron kind of stumbles back, still reeling from having been cleaved through the chest twice. But as he does, he starts to feel that cold sensation take him again. And there's a moment where he kind of exhales, and there's this kind of icy breath that escapes. And he's going to go ahead and cast False Life on himself.
Okay.
And that's going to be 1d4 plus 4 hit points.
Temporary hit points, right?
Yes.
Ooh.
So this will be 7. And then looking at Kiva and this big Gerb. You got this right. I'll go try and find her. And Metron is going to bonus action disengage from Ezek, and he's going to run up the stairs.
All right, I'll move you up there. If you scroll up a bit, you should be able to see yourself on the stairs.
Yep. And as he starts to run up, oh wait, sorry, I did that wrong. As he starts to run up, he's shouting out Irina's name at the top of his lungs.
All right, Earthrinder, you hear Metron's voice screaming Irina's name loudly. Metron, is that your turn?
That is.
Well, that's that. He's going to step into the hallway where he heard Victor's voice. Hey, sorry to do this, especially like this, but I'm calling in my favor now.
What kind of favor? What the hell are you doing in my house?
Things have gone to shit, and because we're
I can see that.
Okay, fair. We're non-human. The Baron's blaming us for what happened. The Baron's blaming us for what happened at the church. There was a big
What happened at the church?
Vampires. Not long to explain. I'm sorry. I am not trying to keep you out of the loop, but I cannot stay. Please, can you tell me where she is? I will be back. I will come in invisibly if I need to. I will help you as often and as much as I can manage. But right now, please, I need to get the girl out of here as quickly and as expeditiously as possible. Can you do that?
Is Earthrinder speaking honestly and in good faith right now?
I'd say yes. He does fully intend when he comes back to Vallaki to see if he can fix the mangled teleportation circle.
All right, then make a persuasion check. It's going to be pretty high.
I figured.
Come on.
22!
You love to see it. You love to see it.
You watch Victor in the darkness take a step back. His eyes flicker to the left door that you're beside. You can see that there appears to be here a lock around the handle of the door, and he just silently swallows and lifts a finger, pointing hesitantly. That's Strosny's room.
Do you know?
I think, but I'm not sure that he's been keeping someone inside.
Okay.
You damn well better make good on this, and don't tell a damn soul.
Yeah. If you need to, he lowers his voice. Tell your dad I put a spell on you or something. If that'll keep you out of the line of fire.
He nods, his eyes wide. And yeah.
All right. In that case, he's going to say to Metreon, "Hey, up here, there's a lock." And then he's going to go to the door.
All right.
Yeah. All right. And I presume the persuasion check was his action.
Yes, I would say so.
Yep. Then that's his turn. Or he'll step forward a little bit more so that Metreon will have room. And yeah, that's him.
All right, Amity, you're up.
All right. I guess, there is now actual space for Amity to cast the famous spell Shatter.
All right.
Let's see how the stairs hold up. Also, he has to make
Interesting
a
question.
con save.
Yes, he will do so.
That's so carefully positioned. It's actually brilliant.
That is a 12 on his con save.
Okay, then he takes the the DC was 13. He takes the full 14 damage. And will he be able to go up the stairs? Will anyone be able to go up any stairs?
What is the exact description of Shatter?
What a great question. Let me pull it up again. So I believe objects take the damage. Yeah, a non-magical object that ain't being worn nor carried also takes the damage toward in the spell's area.
Right. Given that it's 14 damage, I would say you watch as the staircase behind Ezek explodes, the banister splintering outward, sending shards of wood everywhere. The entire lower half of the staircase here being reduced to nothing more than splinters and kindling. Ezek glancing back with wide eyes.
All right, Amity gives a quick look behind her to make sure there's no vampire spawn following us, but then turns back around, focuses on the battle. Next up is Victor Vallaki.
All right, Victor will do nothing more than mutter a curse, slip into his room, and slam the door shut. And he, as he does, he will mouth the words to you. Be careful, and then he'll slam the door shut and shout, "Father, help! There's someone upstairs!"
Oh, I love this little
Not me
shithead.
actually liking Victor. Not me actually liking Victor right now.
Oh, God bless that little child.
I've always loved Victor.
That's the end of his turn. It is now our bird friend's turn, who will quite happily attack Ezek, making 2 stabs with his short sword.
Nice. Come on, bird.
Unfortunately, that first one's a natural 1, as Ezek easily parries it with a snarl. Second one is a 17, though, which will hit, dealing 8 points of piercing damage. You can see that Ezek is starting to get tired now, his movement slowing, his sweat beads down his forehead, blood running from several of the wounds on his form. His gaze balefully rests on the raven-headed figure. "What in the hells are you?" The raven shrugs. "I could ask the same of you." Kiva, it's your turn.
Let's go, Reckless. That's a 20.
20. Okay. That will certainly hit.
It's 8 points of damage.
All right, your scimitar slices through the air, carving another bit of flesh off Ezek's side. He stumbles, grunting, trying to hold his hand to his chest as blood drips down his leather armor. Is that your turn?
Can she move the pixie over
Yes, she
here,
can.
and then explode it?
Yeah, very much so. That's a con save or a dex save?
It is. Hold on 1 second. So sorry.
It's a dex save.
Thank you.
No problemo.
A 16.
Oof.
Darn. It's okay. She'll just use her bonus action to spawn another one right there.
All right, he catches sight of it just quickly enough to duck for cover, managing to pull himself back up as the new pixie reforms. Is that your turn?
Yes.
All right, Ezek's turn. Snarling, whirling, seeing the pixie behind him. He snarls and then sidesteps the two of you, raising his arm, and you watch as a mote of flame forms there, starting and then growing larger and larger. And with a monstrous grunt and a snarl, he flings it through the air toward Amity.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Unfortunately, or fortunately for you, that is the 9 to hit.
Yay. My AC's 10.
Beautiful. You just barely miss it, dodging and taking advantage of the darkness around you as he snarls and begins conjuring up a fresh flame from his clawed, fiendish hand. That is the end of his turn. Metreon, you are up. You hear a young man's voice ringing through the halls. You hear Erthrindir's footsteps deeper into the house. What are you doing?
Erthrindir did call for him at the end.
Yeah, he did. So I'm going to go ahead and use my bonus action to dash as well as my movement, my full movement. I get down the hall. It would be an action to use my thieves tool, so I couldn't use that. That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and use my action then to rush up to the door.
This one here on the left.
Right. Here, you try it. And I'll hand Erthrindir my thieves tools.
He takes them, looking at them a bit wonderingly, and nods. All right.
And that's my turn.
Okay. One moment, please, just so I can check something real quick.
And I'll say for the sake of this, like, I threw them at Randy as I was running down the corridor, so it's less like, here, I can't do this job.
No, I get you.
Yeah.
I just want to check something. Okay, out of character, Metron would note that trying to open a lock requires proficiency with thieves' tools. I don't believe Erthrindir has that.
I mean,
that's fine.
I thought it took the tools themselves.
What's that?
I thought it took the tools themselves.
No, you need proficiency.
Seriously?
We can talk about it later, but
Yeah,
I believe
no,
you need
that's
proficiency.
fair. No, I try. You're the DM. Thank you.
All right. So with that, it is Erthrindir's turn. Metron has just arrived.
All right.
The hall is empty other than the two of you. What are you doing?
He looks down at the lockpicks at his hands, kind of helplessly, as if, like, and just kind of shoves them back at Metreon. Here, sorry, don't think this is going to do me much good. And then, instead, he is going to put his shoulder to the door and just get a running start and just slam into it, trying to dislodge the lock. Or is it unlocked? He's going to try the handle first.
It is locked.
Okay, not doing that again. So yeah, he's going to get a running start and try and bust it down with his shoulder.
Okay, make a, I believe this would be a athletics check.
All right. 17.
Nice.
You slam against it, and the lock just rattles, the door echoing slightly, but you do not break it.
All right, he's going to look at Metreon. Shit, I don't think I could do this even at my best. Here, you got this. I know you do. And he is going to give him a die of Bardic Inspiration.
Aww.
And yeah, that's his turn.
All right. With that, back downstairs to Amity. You just barely evade a bolt of flame that comes spiraling through the night toward you as Ezek snarls and readies for another one. It is your turn. What are you doing?
All right, she's pretty spooked, seeing as this guy took Metreon down in basically one turn, so she's going to point at him and using the classic vicious mockery. That thing would be more effective if you threw it back at those bales of hay behind you. He has to make a whiz save.
Alrighty.
Classic little whiz save.
That is a 5.
Wow, he's not good at this. So yeah, he takes 3 psychic damage, and I'll remind you that the next attack will have disadvantage as Amity sort of hops behind this small shrub.
All right. I'll say that the shrub gives you probably 3/4 cover.
Cool. I'm having trouble actually moving my token for some reason, but yeah.
All good. There we go. Okay.
Cool.
And with that, our raven friend will attempt to slice at Ezek from behind now that his attention is elsewhere, attacking twice with the short sword. First one misses. Oh wait, no, he has advantage. No, it does not have advantage. I was thinking of Kiva's thing. The first one misses, but the second one's a crit. This is Ezek's guard slicing underneath his armpit and slight carving upward, unfortunately dealing 6 damage, but doing his best. Ezek is stumbling now, looking more hurt, his eyes wide, blood running down his sides and chest. That is the end of Birdman's turn. Keith, you're up.
Let's do this. I'm going reckless. I'm just gonna say it.
Alright, go for it.
Out of the 15.
15 will hit.
Oh, thank God. Okay, 9 points of damage.
Okay, you deal 9 points of damage to Ezek, slicing through the air and carving toward him with your scimitars. He's really getting winded now. Looks pretty wounded.
All right, yeah, she's just gonna, she's just gonna laugh and just say, "Do you think you can win this?"
He whirls toward you. You can see that there's almost a lumbering spirit of wrath and rage in him for a moment. You recognize that same anger that you felt in yourself, but instead of righteous fury, you see only wrath and darkness in those eyes. As a glint of cruelty shimmers behind his gaze, he lifts his axe to the air and snarls, "If you're going to laugh, then I'll see to it that you have the same ending, the same sorry finish as all the others who did." And he's going to bring his battle axe crashing down upon you twice. With advantage, correct?
Not on the first
For
one.
this, yeah,
Very
not on the
straight
first
roll
one,
for
I
the
guess.
First one.
That is an unnatural 20,
All right.
dealing 12 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Second is an 18 to hit,
That also hits.
dealing 16 points of slashing damage.
8. Okay. All right.
All
Still
right.
in there?
Still in there. Let's go, boys.
Fuck yes.
Ezek snarls, seeing you still standing. "Go down already." Do
Oh, I
you
have a
really
good
think
comeback
that you were
plan. I
anything
gotta
but
wait.
hopeless right now?
I think you're the only hopeless one. She's
Metron.
gonna spit some blood at him too.
Oh, he doesn't like that. Metron, you're up. You're outside of the locked door. What are you doing?
I give Earthendeer this kind of perplexed look. "Give me these back," and I'm gonna go ahead and try to pick those locks.
All right, make a thieves' tools check for me.
Oh, I'm gonna use my bardic inspiration die. How much is that?
It's a
Die?
D6. You might save it. Or follow your heart.
Do it. Nope.
Oh no!
Nope.
Your hands slip while attempting to jigger open the lock, and cursing for a second, you have to duck down and grab one of the picking needles that fell out of your hand. You are not successful in opening it this round.
Okay. All right. Well, that was my action. Let me see if I've got a bonus action I can use. No, I don't. Right, yeah. That's my turn.
Okay. With that, let me just see who's up next. It is Erthrindir. Okay, it does look like you are able to use the Thieves' Tools. I see what you sent me, Twy, so...
Got you. Thank you.
I will allow you to use them this round.
Thank you. God bless. So just a dex check, right?
Just a dex check, yes.
All right. But I do get jack of all trades. All right.
I can hear you grinning when you say that.
Oh yeah, his smile was tight.
21.
You, for a moment, flash back to a night around the Blue Water Inn where Metreon was just showing off his thieves' tools to you, where you had an opportunity to observe Lillison, and for a moment, your keen mind focuses in on those moments of learning, of observation, and you remember, just flashing back a little further than that, a book you read once about the theory of picking locks, and your heart pounding in your chest, you think to yourself, this can't be that hard, this can't be that hard, we have to do this now. Your hands shaking and trembling, you manage to still your resolve just long enough until you can feel the tumblers shift, and the lock falls to the ground.
Okay. He gives Metreon a grateful look for a reason that he cannot explain and pushes the door open.
Out of character, what a nerd.
All right, if you'd like to open it.
Yep, sorry. Foundry.
That is the wrong door, my friend.
Oh, thank you. I was like, oh my fucking god. What do I see? Oh fuck, hello there.
Looking inside, you can see that the first impression that you see is just dolls. The room is full of pretty little dolls with powder white skin and auburn hair, some dressed beautifully, others plainly. Some of the dolls fill a long bookshelf and others are arranged in neat rows on wall-mounted shelves. Still others are piled atop a bed in a heavy wooden chest. And you can tell in the flickering, eerie candlelight of the chamber that every doll, apart from the clothing, perfectly resembles Irina Kolyana. You can see, upon the bed at the far side of the room, bound and gagged in ropes and cloth, sitting barely upright, her eyes fixated on you, wide and horrified, amongst the horde of dolls, with her back against the wall and the black dye now washed from her visibly auburn hair, a wide-eyed Irina Kolyana.
Oh, Kiva better shove that sword up his ass. And then that is his turn.
All right.
I presume he couldn't start untying or anything like that.
No, I'm afraid not. That would take an action.
Nope. Go for it.
Amity, you are up. You see Ezek locked in melee with these two individuals. What are you doing?
Kiva, you remember the story about the tiger, right?
Yes, yeah.
All right. Go get him, tiger. And you gain 10 temporary hit points. Also, your walking speed's increased, but that's not likely to matter.
Linus, that was great of you.
You watch.
Okay, I'm done.
You can't faintly see, but Kiva, you hear Amity's words ring out in your ears, and you feel once more the orange, black, and white stripes of the tiger whirl across your wrists and forearm. You feel yourself. You feel your movements growing swifter, smoother, and you feel yourself lock on perfectly to your prey as you feel the spirit of the tiger take hold of you. And I believe that's Amity's turn.
Correctamundo.
Raven Friend will make another 2 attacks. The first one is dealing 5 points of piercing damage.
What was it?
The first one hits, dealing 5 points of piercing damage.
Let's go,
the
Bird.
second one will be a 15, also hitting, dealing 6 points of piercing damage, jabbing at the side. As Ezek grunts, not able to avoid the hits, his eyes wide, burning with wrath and hatred. He is looking down to his last dregs, but somehow this inhuman spirit, this beast of a man, refusing to crumple, refusing to back down or give an inch. But you can tell he's on his last legs. And with that, that is the end of that turn. Kiva, you're up.
Let's go. Let's finish it. Oh, I don't think so. Even with advantage, it's only a 12.
14 just hits.
Oh my god. Okay, 7 points of slashing damage.
Bards.
Okay.
Not at all biased. Also barbarians.
You slice through the air, carving across Izek. He snarls for a moment, and then you carve across part of his arm, which hangs limply for a moment, his eyes wide, almost as though defiant and bewildered at the fate that he sees fast approaching him. You can tell that he's barely standing.
Okay, then she's gonna move the pixie to behind him, and because she knows that the were-raven can take it, it's gonna explode.
All right. That is a 17 from Izek and from the Raven. A 14. What's the DC?
12, so they're both fine.
Both of them avoid it.
Okay, she is going to just keep right on him and prepare for the next.
All right, Izek, very nearly frothing at the mouth, raises his battle axe high over his head, bringing it crashing down on you, Kiva. He will attack twice.
Let's go.
And with advantage, I believe, because he has not been vicious mocked, I think, right?
Yes. Yep.
With advantage, that's a 9. Got a dark power looking out for you. Second attack is a 15.
That just misses.
You bring up your scimitar just in time, blocking the blow of the battle axe, and it is a fearsome blow. You feel yourself struggling, your muscles screaming, tensing and flexing to prevent it from breaching the last few inches toward your neck. Pushing him back for a second, and he snarls, "Why don't you just die?"
When he finishes saying that, she's going to say, "I kneel for no man, especially cowards like you."
All right, Metron, it's your turn. You see the room full of dolls, the ghastly sight of Irina bound and gagged on the bed. What are you doing?
Yeah, Metron immediately rushes up, seeing her, and he's going to go ahead and start to cut the binds and pull out the gag from her mouth. "You're right. We got you. All right? We're getting you out of here." And do you have to roll for anything to cut through the bindings on her?
For ropes, you can just attack them, or you can try to make a strength check to attack them. If you have a dagger, I'd say you can do it pretty easily, though.
With a 10? Fuck.
A 10 was what you needed. Roll damage.
It's fantastic.
The rope is not going anywhere fast.
That's a 6. Do I get sneak attack because I have an ally?
I don't think it's a creature, so probably not. You do slice through the ropes, however. Irina gratefully pulling her wrists free, rubbing them together, reaching up and pulling the gag off of her face. "We have to get out of here."
Yeah, we do. Come on.
He could come back.
Yeah. It's a long story, but come on.
We're gonna go.
And I'm gonna go ahead and would it be an action to pull her with me, or would it just be sacrificing movement?
I would say that you probably can't pull her after making that action. You could have grappled her as an action, but
she's not resisting though, is she?
True, but we're getting a little bit into balance concerns if you can use it, if you can just pull someone with you without grappling first.
Okay.
So we're not gonna. I would require an action to at least take hold of her.
Okay. All right. So with that, Metron is going to go ahead and book it.
Okay.
Actually, no. He's going to wait for her to go.
All right. Earthrendeer, you're up.
Okay. And Irina's moving just after me. All right, good shit. So P trusts that she can walk and is going to step out the door. 15, 20, 25, 30, and he's going to... He see or hear anything obvious, especially coming from the Baron's direction?
Make a perception check.
All right. Hand out the windows if at all possible. All right, but yeah, give me a hot second. 4.
4? Okay.
Yeah.
You don't hear anything immediate, no?
All right. In that case, if that's his action, then yeah, that's all he's gonna do. He's just gonna pull up the line here and beckon for the others.
All right, it is Irina's turn, and she will happily follow after you.
Down the stairs. Be careful. There is Izek's down there. The others are fighting him.
She gives a nod. Right.
Do you need a weapon?
If you have one.
Where
does this mark? Is he safe?
He's fine last time I saw him. And he reaches in his bag and pulls out his pocket knife, which he hands her. Here. Not much, but it'll do.
She accepts it gratefully.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, Amity, you are up.
All right. Casting Vicious Mockery on Ezek. She will say, I'm sorry. Sorry, I have to do the fucking accent right. Hold on. Let him roll the wisdom save while I do the accent. Get it registered.
You gotta get it carried.
Red leather, yellow leather.
I've been going in and out all stream. It's total.
There's nothing
He rolls
more...
a 16.
Oh my god, he succeeded. Well, there's nothing more pitiable than when someone who's trying to kill you pities you at the same time. I'm just doing this so that I don't get hanged. But, you know, he's wise enough to feed that off of the past. He doesn't take any damage. He's fine. Amity's still here. Go on.
All right. Very good. With that, it is our Raven friend's turn, who will attack Ezek twice with the short sword.
Let's go.
Get the kill.
First one misses as Ezek raises the battle axe, deflecting the blow. Like, from what you can see, like, you've been whittling him down, but this guy is a tough fighter. Like 3v1ing here, he's been whirling around, quickly blocking blows, tanking hits that would have felled any ordinary man. But in these last moments, you're truly seeing how much of a brute he is, as the Raven twists the blade at the last moment and tries for a second stab, this one connecting, dealing 4 points of piercing damage right in the back of Ezek's knee as he stumbles, staggering, almost half kneeling before Kiva.
Oh,
and
that's
Kiva, it's your
appropriate
turn.
as shit.
As that opens up, just a heartbeat, a moment, an opening, if you'd like to take it.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, hell yeah. That's a 24.
A 24 will hit.
5 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
Yes. She's going to get down real close to his face, and she's going to say, "Who's kneeling now, exactly?" And then she's going to stick her scimitar through his skull.
He just stills immediately, his whole body going limp. You see blood oozing at the sides of his cheeks where your scimitar pierced his face and body. He gives a single spasm and then stills.
She kicks him off her scimitar and wipes the blood on the floor, and then immediately, like, switches gear and just goes, "Irina!"
Irina looks at Erthrindir askingly, inquisitively.
Go ahead. We're fucked anyway. We can be loud as we want.
I'm up here. Are you okay down there?
Oh, thank God. Yes! He's dead! Come quickly.
All right. With that, Metron, what are you doing?
Use my movement to get out of here. I would like to use... So can I use my action to take Irina by the hand and use my dash at half movement to get her out?
Yes, I'll say you can.
Okay, so I'll do that. So yeah, she would just be in between Randy and I.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Okay. You hear a door to the west creak open, and you hear what sounds like a distant growl. And then, as Kiva's words filter upstairs, you hear the door slam shut again. Earthrendir, what are you doing?
He hears the growl, and then the door, and then he stiffens. We're not safe. Come on. And yeah, there's no way he'd know. He's just moving. He's gonna, do this. No, we're not doing the fucking I guess we are doing the fucking conga line. He's going to grab onto Irina and pull her another few feet.
Okay.
And then, as his action, he is going to look out the window and see if he can see, especially if he sees, like, any guards mustering or anything.
Glancing outside, you don't actually see anyone outside in the street.
Okay. He nods. All right. That's his turn, then.
Okay.
Is that an action, or?
You were grabbing Irina, right?
Yeah.
Then yes, that's an action.
All right, radical. That's his turn.
All right, she will take her turn moving down the stairs, glancing around, dashing, seeing Ezek's corpse and Kiva standing there with the raven figure. What on earth? What happened?
No time to. Can Kiva go over and try to jump down on her?
Actually, she looks down and she sees the disintegrated stairs that she can no longer go down. And you see her at the top, glancing down the 10-foot gap. Shit. I'm going to jump, okay?
Okay.
She swallows, nods, and tumbles down, rolling. She will take 3 points of bludgeoning damage, landing with a muffled oof at the bottom, and landing prone. That is the end of her turn. Amity, you're up. What are you doing?
All right. So, Ezek is down, presumably. Sorry, is his token just there as the body, or?
Yes, I'll remove that.
Okay, just checking. She goes up to this mysterious raven person and says, "Thank you for showing up when you did. I don't exactly know what's going on in this town. Are there any options other than carrying on and assassinating the Baron?"
The raven cocks his head toward you. You might want to lie low. Head to the inn. Ask the Martikovs. Let them know you need a place to hide. They know what to do.
All right. She bows. Thank you. And looking up at Irina, I'm glad you're safe. Well done, Kiva.
It's okay, love. Go back to the inn.
All right.
We'll be right behind you.
Yeah, on her next... She turns to leave. On her next turn, she will get going.
All right. With that, it is the Raven's turn, turning to Kiva and Irina. I can't be seen here, so I'll set on my way, but I'll be watching, all right? You stay safe.
You too. Thank you so much.
Gives a nod, sheaves a short sword, and steps out the door and vanishes into the darkness. Kiva, what are you doing?
She immediately rushes up to Irina and helps her up off the ground, which I think takes an action, right, to help another person get up from prone?
Yes.
Okay. And then she is going to... she's going to reach into her bag and Irina the vial that she was given by the Mardikovs and say, hold on to that and drink it when you get the chance. And we're gonna go now, okay? We'll bring you back to Ismark.
She nods, her eyes wide, but looking grateful. Right, thank you. You're hurt.
It's fine, we gotta go, okay? And with that, she's going to use the rest of her movement now, and just end up there, and get ready to run.
All right, Metron, it's your turn. What are you doing?
So Metron's going to go ahead and use his movement to run, to run away from the sound of this growling. He wants to jump off the railing down onto the first floor. Would that be acrobatics?
All right, it is a 20-foot drop. You will take the damage either way.
Please don't.
I don't know. I kind of want to though.
I mean, actually,
Superhero landing.
I've got a
Superhero
spell
landing.
slot left. I can do it. Go fucking
Okay.
wild.
So wait. So the acrobatics check is just for prone or no?
You will be taking 2d6 damage.
Okay. So I don't have to roll anything.
Nope. You just
Okay,
land prone.
So I will land prone. Is there any way I can roll to not land prone? Is what I was asking.
No.
Okay. Fuck it. Randy's gonna be down there anyway, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I drop down.
Okay. Kiva, you watch, and Amity, you watch as Metron vaults the top floor and face plants onto the ground, wiping out as he takes 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm down,
A
baby.
very ill-advised decision.
Leon's unconscious corpse onto the ground is just fucking comedy, really.
Did he just like land in front of us, or where is he?
Like he watches.
I imagine I landed on Isaac.
He does his best to land properly, and then you watch as his ankle rolls out from under him, and his head slams onto the ground so hard he falls, just blacks out.
I'm crying right now. Oh my god. Whoever said Metreon got turned Metreon off in chat wins the whole thing.
Damn.
All right, and as he does that, Aerthrendir, you hear the sound of snarls and growls from behind you, as from the corridor behind you, you see a pair of black-furred mastiffs rounding the corner and darting toward you, barking loudly as they can. That's as much of the distance as they can close this turn.
Fuckers, we've got company.
Aerthrendir, you're up.
Okay. He looks down at Metreon and is not going to do the same thing. And can he slide down the banister for style points? It will change.
Acrobatics check for
it will
me.
change. If I fail, will I fall?
You will not fall, but you'll look really stupid.
I'm fine with looking really stupid.
It's okay. Do it. Risk it for the biscuit.
9.
9. You slide down the banister to the first landing and almost fall over to the other side and kind of have to awkwardly catch yourself and turn. You kind of land on your ass on the landing 10 feet above the ground floor, where now you can see Aerthrendir's unconscious body.
Metreon, he looks down at Metreon, jumps down the rest of the way, taking the 10 foot, taking the damage.
That will be 1 point of bludgeoning damage, sir.
Lands like a cat and sort of just taps Metreon with his wand. Get the fuck up.
All right.
What did you do? What did you do to me? Oh, healing. Okay.
Give me a mo. Heal for 7.
Fabulous.
We got a fuck ton of dogs coming. We need to move.
What? Dogs? What?
Dogs.
Oh.
Big ones. Teeth.
Shit.
Lots of teeth.
Okay.
All right. And yeah, that's his turn.
All right. With all of you reunited, Kiva and Amity, you can see Metreon now awake, Aerthrendir and Irina with you. The doors open to the dark street behind you. The growling of the dogs growing ever louder, snapping and barking in the darkness above. What are you all doing? We are out of initiative for the moment.
It's time to run back to the inn, I think.
Back to the inn. Let's go.
Yeah. All right. With that, each of you together, hauling into the night, Erthindur, you look back just as the two dogs reach the top of the destroyed landing, barking and snarling at you, but helpless to make their way down as you slam the doors shut behind you, rushing down the dark street north toward the Blue Water Inn, as the Baron's manor is soon swallowed up by the mist of the night behind you. And that's where we'll end it for today.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Wow.
Bold choice, Kiva.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished, theoretically.
Mission accomplished.
Well, some mission has been accomplished.
All right.
I mean, everyone
That
kind of
happened.
accomplished the mission.
Oh my god. We're alive. We're fucking alive.
Today did not go how I thought it was going to go.
Oh, me neither.
I truly did not intend for that to happen, and I just want to say, Magna, you're religiously fucking awful that it fully caused me and Kiva to have a mental break at the same time, and we both lost.
I will say that I am flattered to hear that.
It was
Man.
holy and like on your feet. Oh my god.
Thank you. And man, that happened. That was a session that happened.
That sure is fun.
And we will see where it goes next time.
Yes, so level 5.
How has Lillison been enjoying her PTSD bath back at the Blue Water Inn?
I suppose we'll just have to find out next session.
Indeed.
I imagine so. Jeez. All right. Well, Twice Bitten's fucking back. And as always, thank you everyone for joining us today. You're awesome. We love you. And we will, as always, see you all back in the mists next week. Until then, fear the feasts of night and take care.